What is up, duelists? Welcome on this wonderful Saturday. Everyone settle in, everyone assemble. Welcome to the weekend streams, and welcome to another iteration of the Challenger Cup. We are starting with a very special Challenger Cup into the season this time around, because we have a 3 versus 3 Challenger Cup. And not only is it a 3 versus 3 Challenger Cup, it's also a 2-day event. So we're going to be live today for the Swiss rounds and tomorrow for the top cut. So that is going to be a fun weekend of dueling. And I like this one happening this weekend in particular because it is, as you guys all know, the weekend before the World Championship. It is next week that we are going to be watching the World Championships. And today we are going to get to enjoy a 3 versus 3 Challenger Cup, maybe giving us a little bit of an idea of what to expect next week at the World Championships. The rules for this tournament are just slightly different from the World Championship rule set. I'm going to explain it to you guys as we jump into the first match here. We're going to have Pierre versus Hipster. But essentially, it is a 3 versus 3. It does use the shared card pool as well as the same ruling as the World Championship, with the only difference that in this tournament there's still only 3 shared cards, whereas of course at the World Championship they're gonna have 5. But yeah, okay, we see Pierre here going first with an Alubert, the Jester of Despia, so that is going to be a branded strategy. Gonna reveal the Cartesia for the High Spirits, grab the Fallen of the White Dragon. And that is met with a Molcharmi Fualos, which will resolve. Okay, so we are not going to see as much action from the branded side here. Honestly, might be done here already. And yes, we are. We drew an Ash Blossom or already had it off of the Molcharmi, maybe. I was thinking if they already had that, they probably would have used it on the High Spirit. So we picked that up off of the Fuwa draw. Jaja in his Yapathon arc. It will not be the last one for this topic. Ooh, the Maxi behind the board. That is yep, that is gonna be difficult to deal with. I guess now they wish they kept their Ash Blossom in hand for a potential Maxi, but you know, it is what it is. We do chain the Lacrima of Light, which does let us summon any Magistus or Witchcrafter from hand or deck. Now, the thing is, I feel like against Branded here under Max C, you just have to go, you just have to pull through, because, I mean, you can't allow Branded to just get another turn like that. Does Josh have an echo? I shouldn't. I haven't changed anything about my setup, so it should be the same as usual. Maybe it was because I was talking a little bit louder than usual. This is my announcer voice. Okay, we get the Weaver of the Fairy Tales out, which is not a quick effect, nor an effect on summon. So we are going to take that opportunity to fuse with the Fallen of Albaz. Ooh, super poly though. The full art as well. Okay. Do we play... The question is, do we play the Dragon that Devours the Dogma to super poly all three? No, we just go for two. So that is going to be, what, a Mud Dragon? Yep. Mud Dragon, and now the Fallen of Albaz will not resolve properly because it's no longer on the field. Also, you guys, I don't know if you've noticed, but you do have a Charlie on your screen somewhere. I don't know if you can figure out where, but there is a Charlie hidden on your guys' screen right now. It sounds kind of different. I don't know. I might have slightly different mic settings for different OBS scenes, maybe. I'm not sure though. I'm not aware of that. I might have to look into it, but I'll check the VOD once we're done today. How do you watch this? Well, there's a spectate code for the tournament that I got. Okay, Retribution onto the Weaver. Now both are kind of down to basically no cards here, but of course Branded is going to have some amount of end phase follow-up, pretty good amount of end phase follow-up. We make Chorozo. Where do we go from here? Because I'm assuming there's got to be some kind of plan, but I don't see it right now. I don't really see the vision. Is there anything hidden in the graveyard that I'm not aware of? No, okay. Well, yeah, I mean, the maxi behind the board kind of thing, right? When that happens, it's always rough. This is a 3 versus 3 though, so let's see how their opponents were doing. Here won, but Errol won and Bowden won. So it's a 2-1 lead right now. It's a 2-1 lead right now, but nothing is over yet. And now we are rotating the players. So we have a 2-1 lead. I don't know for which side it's going to be, depending on which side they're on, but I think it's this side. If they choose the same side this time around. And of course they've switched sides now. Awesome. So I need to switch the score. Here we go. What do you guys think? Because I was planning to do a prediction stream for Worlds at the start of next week, and I'm just trying to think, like, for Master Duel, what do you think the primary lineups or the most common lineups are going to be? So I'm just thinking about that right now, and it's hard for me to really predict how exactly the 5 shared cards instead of 3 is going to change it. But I mean, I guess we're expecting branded in a lot of branded is like really strong right now. Cool Tune is still really good, but also Radiant Typhoon was performing well recently in the last 3 versus 3 Challenger Cups. So is it like, are people really going to pick something like Radiant Typhoon Vision as their shared card? Are people going to choose something like Fallen and the Virtuous? Because in theory, you can use Fallen and the Virtuous as a shared card, right? You can just share the Fallen and the Virtuous and then have it in like 3 decks, where each deck gets 1 Albion, 1 Ecclesia, and 1 Dragon that devours the Dogma, which is an interesting option. At the same time, you do not get to play Branded then, because Branded kind of needs 2 Albions, unless you can find a way to make it work with 1 L. Okay, what cooking is happening here? Witchcrafter Yummy. Have I missed the memo on this? Is Witchcrafter Yummy a thing now, or is this new for anyone else? So we go normal summon Jenny, tribute itself, discard the Yummy field spell to special summon Ver, the Maid of Endymion, which will try to add a Witchcrafter spell trap or magical dimension from the deck to the hand. However, we can still make the Link 1 Artemis now, which is a Link 1 for Yummy plays. Is that where the synergy ends, or is there more to it? Or is it just like a small, maybe it's just a small Yummy package in Witchcrafter? Because maybe in Witchcrafter, you can bridge into Yummy by at some point during your combo, you just have Artemis and a level 1. So you make Cup C Yummy way? That could be, that's probably what's happening if I had to guess. It's more like a Witchcrafter deck, but it bridges into the thing. Do you have the level 1 on the field even? I mean, maybe you can make it so that you do. But we don't have anything, we don't have any Yummy in hand, it seems, so we literally just pass on Ver, the Maid of Endymion. So basically no end board here from the Witchcrafter deck, but we have our own Max C here behind the board. This is the second time already in this match that we've had a Max C for the player going first. But we have Rotary Reveal Q. The limited Rotary appears in hand and reveals the 2 of Q. So there you go. The consistency for Cool Tune has indeed been hit. Behind what board? Yeah, fair enough. Well, we have a Maxi behind a monster. we don't really have it behind a real board. Yeah, that's true. And I guess what we're now figuring out here from the side of Cool Tune is, do we try to go for game under the Max C? Which Cool Tune definitely can do here with Q plus Rotary. You definitely can go for game. The question is, do you want to do that? Do you want, because that is a significant amount of special summons. It is a significant amount of special summons, so we've gone through the motions, and there is interruption in hand here, it seems. We search Cool Tune clip. Okay. I mean, kind of like making the track maker is probably worth it. And then depending on what we see in hand with the rotary, we can make a decision on whether we can give them another turn or not. I think using Q was unnecessary. I think it's fine to use Q because Rico plus Clip is a decent interruption on the next turn. Okay, well. 2 Ashes and a Veiler in hand for the opponent, and we are about to manipulate the top deck, so I think we are going to be fine indeed. Well. Does this have any graveyard effect? No. Oh, another Veiler on top. Wonderful. Yep, have fun with the third Veiler. Well, yeah. I think I'm gonna make the bold prediction that we don't have to commit further. We don't have to go for a line that deals 8,000 damage here. We can just chill on this. I would be very, very surprised if we tried to push for a game here, because there's literally no reason to. Yeah, okay. Let's tune in with the others in this match, because this game has been decided. But Hipster versus Bowden is still going on, so let's tune into that. Show us some Malice. I don't know if anyone's playing Malice today. We might see one. All right, we've got Bowden going first in this one. And it is Vanquish Soul here. Okay, Vanquish Soul, Mad Love goes for Vanquish Soul start. Does not get hit with Droll Knockbird. And we also have Chaotic Elements. So that Droll Knockbird would have really hurt, but it didn't happen. Jogul, reveal Holly Sue. Special, add Lantern. Holly Sue, Fire Dark. We have Ash Blossom in hand as well. Special Raisin grab Borger. Make Ripper. And add Case. Case, add Izuna. Search the quick play. Make Nash Knight. Go for the Masquerade. Now the big question is, do we play the trap or not? Oh, we go for burn immediately. Okay. That's scary. And we do play the trap as well. Okay. And it's another Megistus here. I don't know. So far, I think we've seen Megistus decks 3 times. And they've lost all 3 times. I don't know if that's a good sign. I mean, this game's not over yet, but I'm just assuming that this board is going to win. Okay, we have the Lacrima of Light again. One of the best cards in this deck to play through interruptions, but they have a lot of interruption, and also they have Ash. That negates the Lacrima of Light. The Umbral Horror Masquerade is going to negate the Regulus. Get rid of a card in hand and have the life points. And now we've got 2 cards left in hand to deal with multiple pops, as well as the trap and the quick play spell. And then the werewolf after. So that way too much. Way too much. All right. And that is going to be the win for Bowden here, with Vanquish Soul going first uninterrupted. Let me check what the score is here. Pierre won as well. So it's 4-2 right now. 4-2 in this first match of this. This is also, by the way, we are not watching single elimination today. The day 1 of this event is going to be Swiss rounds. Swiss rounds into top 8 is what we are working with today. Okay, switch sides again. Okay. All right, so Team VC3 is definitely back against the wall here because they are down 2-4, which means they need to win all 3 of these games. They need to win all 3 of these games or they lose this round. And Pierre is going first here with the branded deck, already has the opportunity to close the match. Albion the Shrouded Dragon. Sends branded opening, draws a card. Activate branded in High Spirits. We let it resolve, although it seemed like we had a response window. So we sent Drollin Lockbird to the graveyard for a copy of Fallen of the White Dragon. Special Fallen of the White Dragon. So the response was also not a Molcharmy, it seems like. I wonder what it was. There is something, right? But what is it? What is it? Maybe a Bestial? Well, a Bestial or a Harmonia would not have been live when we activated High Spirits, and I think there was a response window earlier with the High Spirits already. So I don't know. I mean, it could still be there, of course, but I don't think that was the one we saw. Regina? It could be Regina. I guess, yeah, maybe. Maybe it's Elf Notes. Special Summon Quem. Then Tri-Brigade Springen's Kid. Okay, looks like that is it. But there still is that little flicker of the response window every time. So I'm really wondering what that means. It's Cool Tune Clip. Okay. Interesting. Now, if we are going to synchro with this, we are going to trigger the Quem potentially, but we are making an RS. And making the RS means we can negate the Quem if we want to. But it's very interesting. We waited with the clip, And because we waited, we get to destroy a spell trap card here. We get extra value from this Rico because we waited, which is nice. I think that's nice. We could have triggered this, but chose not to. Yeah, but there is going to be a Fallen and the Virtuous in the end phase. Ooh, but we hit an Albion out of the extra deck. That's an important resource. And we destroyed Branded Retribution. Oh, and the last card in hand was Talents. Oh, that hurts so much. Oh, that's such a hard punish. And actually, it is also Elf Notes. It is also Elf Notes, and that is a good hand. If I've ever seen one, that is a lot of starters. That was a lot of starters right there. So we still have some engine going on. But I don't know if this can break. I don't know if this can break Branded. And we're now gonna, oh yeah, we let them fuse with Albaz. I don't know if making this RS was the right thing to do there. Because like, we could have just, here's my thought process. We could have just taken the draw for turn and we would have had Lucina, Synchro Overtake, Full Tune Synchro, Normal Summon Rico. That's a lot of pushes. And now it got significantly worse. Mainly because, I mean, to be fair, this was kind of like the worst case scenario. The fact that they had Talents in hand and the Rico hit Retribution so that they could add a card back to their hand to discard for Albaz was kind of spooky. But yeah, clip turn 0 very, very often is just too much of an investment, sadly. Alright, we Mercurier the mix. So now the hand is down to Lucina and one other card. Yeah, that should not be enough. I cannot think of a card that we could have drawn here that would do it. Like, it would basically have to be something like Pot of Desires or Triple Tactics Talents to find more cards. And even then, I don't know if it would be good enough. Cool Tune Synchro might? No. No, a Cool Tune Synchro wouldn't. Here's the Lucina, which I would be surprised if we let this happen. Yeah, we do not. There goes Lucina, and now what? It's Q, which is that's pretty close to one of the best things you could have drawn, but I don't think that does it. There are so many things that Pierre can do here to do it. Oh wait, no, the scores are the wrong way around. I'm just noticing. Why did no one tell me the scores were wrong? Because it was Pierre's team that was up 4-2. I'm pretty sure. It's your job, Unc. Fair enough. I did. Also fair enough. I didn't see it. I was watching the game. Oh, dude. We even steal the RS with the Praskinian now. Yeah. Oh, they got punished so hard for that turn 0 clip. That was that. They got punished so hard for that. That was crazy. Okay. And with that, Team Pisa wins the first round here against Team VC3. Let's see if we have another round still going. We've got Team GMX here going at it. Now, keep in mind for this one, I don't know what the score is because we're joining the match in the middle. So I'm just gonna reset the score to 0-0, but keep in mind it is not 0-0. I just don't know what the score is because we are in the middle of it. All right, we have GMX Aqua going first here, rocking the Mobilize, Engage, Sky Strike. Is it Sky Striker? Because they're going for Hornet drones. And very often, Hornet drones is not the thing that Sky Striker goes for. We have a Max C again. Lots of Max Cs today, but there's an Ash Blossom to save the day. I would even guess it's Yummy. I'm just going off of the fact that they went for Hornet drones here, and they also have a Cupsy Yummy as their icon, so I'm thinking this is probably just a Yummy line, yep. Oh, no, never mind, 0. Okay. It's Veilered on 0. Well, if it was Yummy, it wouldn't play 0, right? But it was definitely a weird line for Sky Striker. Radiant Typhoon is here. Okay. But now we have Schmidt. What is this? Is just is this just every good card in the game in one deck? We just put everything. How many cards is there? Dude, it's especially crazy. it's especially crazy because this is a 3 versus 3. They're taking all these shared cards away from other people on the team. What is the rest of the team playing? Well, we make Wave Hiking Caesar. So I'm gonna make Totem Bird as well. How much space in the extra deck do you have? Blue Eyes. Okay. Okay, this is not Blue Eyes. It is Full Tune, which is using Sage with Eyes of Blue as a way to search Rotary. Yeah, I've seen that tech before. I just thought it was Blue Eyes when they started playing, but I know that it can do that. We let Fiendsmith Sequence stay on the board. That can't be good for us. Dude, maybe it was smarter to keep the Caesar on board, because the Caesar could have been like maybe the engraver was stuck under it. That could have been nice. But there's a lot happening this game, indeed. No. No, 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 no. Ray and Rose going into Moon of the Closed Heaven is not something I was ready to see today, okay? That is not what we agreed upon when I started this this coverage, okay? That is not something I was prepared. I was not prepared to see that today. Is Snake Eyes Doom Dragon normal summon Ray? What is happening? What is happening? Okay, the Fuwalos for turn here is actually not bad because you draw a card at least when the IP Masquerena. But it's just going to be one card. It's just going to be one card that we draw here. And that needs to be a starter. And a good one at that. It's Rico, but Rico's not good enough because the SP Little Knight... The SP Little Knight is going to check that Rico pretty well. And... I don't even know what I should call this deck, but they do have follow-up a little bit. They have an Engraver in the graveyard. Normal summon Fuwa, make sequence. Remake the Lacrima. 50, that's game, yeah. If we activate the clip, it's still game, yeah. Alright. And that is a win for GMX Aqua. I'm gonna keep an eye out for that team because I want to see more of what exactly this deck is. Also, I'm even more interested in what their teammates are using because they took all the shared cards away from everyone else on the team. They got nothing. They got the Radiant Typhoon cards, the Sky Striker cards, the Fiendsmith Engine. Everything is in their deck. Okay. What else do we have? We've got Shagan versus Moon. All right, let's see what's going on here. Yeah, right. One of the teammates probably on Cool Tune because that didn't need any of those cards. Here's the Tenki for a Fractal. Is this a... What is this? Lunalight. Yep. Okay. Lunalight also, I think, a very, very strong pick for the World Championship next week because I feel like it doesn't take almost anything away from other decks in terms of shared cards. And I think it's just a very, very strong deck to have in a lineup for the World Championships because, like, you have two decks at Worlds, right? You're not forced to play Lunalight. So if you know that your opponent has a deck that has a really good Lunalight matchup, you just don't bring Lunalight in that matchup. But if you play against someone where you know, well, that two of their decks struggle with Lunalight, you just pick Lunalight, and it's really, really strong, I think. Also, we see, I really like that new polymerization artwork. I think it's cool. And I mean, we're being met with a lot of resistance here. Valor, Magnamut, and Harmonia. Is that going to be enough? Is that going to be enough to stop the onslaught of Lunalight here? Honestly, we send Luluva Lilith. That is quite the decision not to go for Malong there. Because I think they still face a Liger here. Wolf? Yeah, this is at least one Liger already. Unless there's a Ghost Ogre for this. Nope, it's happening. Here's Liger Dancer. And it's used. Pop those two. Yep. Not looking good here. Valor, Harmonia, Magnamut, not enough to stop a Liger Dancer from happening. Duer Swarm onto the Silver Hound. Battle phase over the SP Little Knight. Okay, that's been done. Emblema Oath. Centurion. Okay. Discard Bestial Lubellion. Special Primera. Surge and Synchro. Chain Liger Dancer to prevent the Chaos Angel, I would assume. Chaos Angel could have been a way to stall this, maybe. So now Primera searches for Chudea, which we can still play with. Normal summon Chudea, activate effect. Place Archery. Archery can draw a card. But that gets ashed. We ashed the random draw of Archery. Okay. And we have another Bestial Lubellion. For a Baldrake. Okay. Hold up. Ah, but this is a dark Chaos Angel, if anything. We get Branded Regained based. Auxilla. Grab Wake Up. Activate Wake Up. Get the token. Wait! The Cosmic Blazar is a really good out to Liger Dancer, right? Because it's 4,000. And if they try to pop it... Oh, they can't be destroyed because Primera is in the spell trap zone. I think they might have this. Centurion might be a deck that can do this. Here's Crimson Dragon. And there's a Red Supernova Dragon. 6,000 attack is more than 3,800. We attack, and they... Okay. Cannot be destroyed by card effects, so... So is Centurion back? Is Centurion just like a thing again? Because I saw it. I remember seeing it in the last week's 3 vs 3 Challenger Cup. Ah, Branded Regain makes me so happy. Is Josh going to Worlds? Nope, Josh is not going to Worlds. This year, not. And there is the Chaos Angel now, a little later than what they wanted, but it's here now. And we have a Dominus Spark as well, just showing off some of the tech cards that Centurion can use. And I mean, Dominus Spark is definitely something that you can play in Centurion, because I think they are mostly light and dark. The only one that isn't that would be, I think, Emmet? I think Emmet is Earth, but they don't play Emmet these days. You guys were right. My microphone was in a different setting. My bad. I just discovered it. It should be different now. All right, let's take a little bit of a look at the hand here. Okay, that was definitely a little bit of a look. Well, I think that was Unchained. I think that was Unchained. Okay, set 1, activate Aruha. There was an Unchained Trap in the hand. Oh, Ash Blossom added back to hand. You love to see it. And we make Zalen the Shackled Dragon. Destroy Chamber. Chamber gets ashed. Poor Guide gets Veilered. Carvara on Uruha resolves. Special Shyama. Make Moon of the Closed Heaven. Carvara to set. Chain Cool Tune Synchro. Chain Zalen. You negate that. Here's RS. Moon gets popped. Activate talents. Chain RS. Yup. Get negated. Here is Shyama. And Shyama is going to destroy itself to force out the last back row. The question is the last card in hand a push? The look at the hand was too quick earlier. I couldn't quite tell. Nope. Okay. I just watched Josh's reaction to my deck. Dude, what are your teammates playing? What cards did you leave for them? They got nothing. It's probably like Branded and Cool Tune still, but... Okay, you have enough damage. You can win now. You can win now. You have 10,000 damage. Yep. B2B. I mean, if we made B2B, we could have. It would have just casually doubled the amount of damage we had to about 20,000. Okay. So we see Cool Tune taking down Unchained. What is happening in this one? We have a Molcharmy that gets ashed. All right, I see what's about to happen here. Ooh, is this Lunalight again? Yup. We have Dominus Purge. Dominus Purge onto the Gold Leo, but there is still a normal summon, but they have to pass. Okay. They have to pass. And we have a Zodiac Rat Pierce. Semi-limited now, but people are still playing it in Zodiac Radiant Typhoon versions. Still going strong. Special a second Rat Pier, make Broad Bull. Broad Bull search for a Radiant Typhoon Swen. Yup. And now we go for Chakanine? Yeah. And Chakanine brings back the Ram. And if we now pop our own Ram with the Trident, we can bring back a Zodiac from the grave. Broad Bull and we can reattach with the Tiger Mortar to the Broad Bull to get a second search. So this is still what you can do with one copy of Radpier. It's still a lot. Now you do search 2 copies of Swen here, which is not really, you know, the second one doesn't really do that much. We got a Draco Future out of it. The problem here is apparently we can't special summon these Swens because there's a set card. So we just kind of didn't get to do that. But if maybe you made an SP Little Knight somewhere to banish that face down, and then you can special Swen and keep going. But then we wouldn't have the Draco Future, I guess. Unlimiting Radpier was a choice. I think the choice, quote unquote, was rather to bring back Broad Bull. I think that's what's causing more trouble. But yeah, they're both kind of responsible at the same time. Okay, Droplet onto this Draco Future. I'm guessing that this here is an infinite impermanence, though. Because why else would you set a card into the column of an unknown card? Because it's like, what I'm thinking is like, if it's not imperm, then you would set it somewhere else to play around their imperm, I think. Did Radiant Typhoon Zoo get drolled? No, it didn't. It was just that there was a back row on the other side and they didn't want to remove it. So the Swens are stuck in hand because they normal summoned Radpier. Oh, but I do have to correct myself. They couldn't SP the back row because they were under perch. So SP was not a way to out the set card. They could not go for SP. I don't know. Does the deck have any other way of clearing a face down card? Other than, of course, like hard drawing MST. Zeus? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they play Zeus. Yeah, I mean, they probably play Zeus if they're with the Zodiacs, right? Yeah, Radiant Typhoon is walking away with this one. It's crazy to me that normal summon Radpier just kind of beats Droplet like that. Like there was no, I don't think there was a great spot to use that Droplet anywhere. Because if you Droplet one of the Zodiac XYZs, they just still get all the other stuff. And like, if you prevent them from summoning a Radpier from the deck, for example, they just make Tiger Mortar, reattach, and then try it again with a different name. The fact that every Zodiac monster just transforms into another Zodiac monster if it gets negated is kind of wild, yeah. They were really ahead of their time when they were made in 2017. Like it's genuinely crazy how well these cards hold up even till today. Okay, now Rautari hits the board. Okay. It's a lot like Striker. Yeah, I mean, Striker is kind of the same concept, but with links instead of XYZs. Because, I mean, the way that Zodiacs work is really more like Link monsters, to be fair. Like, it's kind of like Zodiacs are Link monsters before Link monsters were printed, right? Because you just turn one monster into another monster, which is kind of like how Link 1s work. What if every striker link said search engage? That is one of the main differences. Yeah, in Sky Striker, the link ones, like most of them are kind of, honestly, kind of whatever, except for Kagari, right? Kagari is crazy, but all the other ones, it's not like you gain a bunch of cards by cycling through Hayate, Kaina, and so on and so forth, right? Even like Shizuku is like the only other one that even creates card advantage, and that's in the end phase. Whereas for Zodiac, you have like Broad Bull searches a card, Chakanine summons a card, Dryden pops a card, and Tiger Motor reattaches a material, which is not that good, but. The only thing that Zodiac doesn't have compared to Sky Striker is that Zodiac doesn't have like infinite ways to extend, right? They're very normal summon reliant besides Barrage only, and only Barrage, right? They don't have many like Hornet drones and linkage and stuff like that, right? Okay, let me check the timer real quick, but we should be close to overtime in this first round of Swiss here. Reminder, I think we have 6 rounds of Swiss today, and then we are cutting to the top 8. Yeah, round 1 is about to hit overtime. So we are going to go on a short break. I hope everyone is enjoying the game so far. I'm definitely having a good time. I always like how in these 3v3s we're seeing a lot of different decks. So that is definitely very cool. So don't go anywhere. We will be back with round number 2 very, very shortly. And I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Okay. Sorry for the little bit longer of a break, but I think there was one match that went into overtime particularly long. But yeah, here we are again. Here we are again with the second round of the tournament. And we are going to check in with Quantal's team here on the left. You guys can't actually see Quantal because my face cam is hiding him. But it's Quantal, Bronas, and Nicky Boy who are up against Shimmer, Max, and Nora here in the second round of the day. Reminder, this is round 2 out of 6. So we've got plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel to be played left today. And you're going to need, I mean, 6-0 records are going to be guaranteed in top 8. 5-1 should be too. And then maybe some 4 and 2s can sneak in depending on the tiebreakers, I believe is how it's going. Let's check in with Quantal and Shimmer, what they are playing. We'll watch everyone at some point, yes, in this round. All right, Quantal is going first here. What is hit with a Molcharmy in the draw phase? I was about to say Sky Striker seems like a very Quantal deck in this format, and I think that is what we're working with here. We start Upstart and Rhoda. So we've got the Ray ready to go. But we are under a Charmy, so the question is how much do we want to commit? I mean, 0 probably a safe bet that we do want to do that, so that is going to be 1 draw. Ghost Mourner is being used onto the 0. Okay, Ghost Mourner, probably a testament to the shared card format. We are going to self Fallen and the Virtuous here, which is a pretty nice way to dodge this Mourner. We're going to be left without a board presence here for now, but we do get a 3rd spell into the graveyard and then engage the hand. All right, and here's the engage. Getting a linkage, but that linkage under Fuwa, are we really that happy to use that here? Drawing another Upstart Goblin. Opponent up to 10,000 life points, and we set a couple of cards. Okay. And it is cool tuned. That explains the Mourner in the deck. To an extent, I guess. But we did not search for a Widow Anchor. So the question is, do we have one or do we not? We don't. Widow Anchor right away. We have Widow Anchor and linkage. Okay, that makes sense. We want to take the Rico and then send it for linkage. But there is a Fallen and the Virtuous on the other side as well. where we will send a Fallen Enter Virtuous, an Albion to the graveyard to destroy the Rico, to dodge that Widow Anchor, which will mean that we will get that search. We will still lose the board presence from the Rico, but we will get the search for presumably a Rotary. So here's the 0. And here's the Royal Rotary. Okay. Giving Fallen to Cool Tune is an interesting choice for the 3v3. Could also just be a shared card, right? Potentially. Roland Lockbird from Sky Striker, though. That hurts here, for sure. Synchro Overtake, however, is a great way to extend. Now, the thing is, this mix can still add from graveyard, so the Roland Lockbird does not stop it from activating. We can still add the Rico from the graveyard. The big problem is that we can't go for like the Trackmaker Rotary line, because under draw that just does not work. Are there 5 shared cards? No, this one is using 3 shared cards still. All right, and we summon Ray Rose with a 0 to destroy the mix. So for now, very limited board presence here for Cool Tune, but we still have another push with the Rotary reveal that Rico. Oh. Well, once again, the problem here, first of all, there is a Fallen Enter Virtuous to destroy this Rico. But second of all, even if we could make a Trackmaker here, it wouldn't really get us anywhere under Roland Lockbird. Ah. Where are we? In the end phase? We are in the end phase. Ooh, Desires off the top. Looking good for Fontal here. I mean, it was looking good before the Desires already, to be fair, but... And there's a Drone and Lockbird on the other side, but that's not as hurtful anymore, because we are already kind of good. What's his name? Charlie. Hey, we destroy the Kagari instead of destroying the Rose, which is interesting because that just brings the Ray back. There's 10,000 life points on the other side of the table here, so the game doesn't end this turn, but I do think we have gotten far enough in card advantage that we are probably fine. There is an Ecclesia in the graveyard to deal with one of the face downs. The last card in hand is Rotary for a cool tune. So if we draw a good normal summon, then maybe there's a world. Oh wait, no, where did oh, Rotary was taken with talents. My bad. Yeah, it was Ghost Ogre. I was distracted by Charlie when the talents happened. Okay. Now, you guys said I would really enjoy what Max 4K is playing, but they lost this round. We'll check in with them next round. Or next game, rather. Let's check Bronas versus Nora, because that match is still going. Bronas has been playing a lot of branded Draco Tail, so that's what I would expect here. Yeah. It could also be Magnet Warriors with Bronas, but I think more often than not likes to play branded Draco Tail right now. And we have a bigger branded package in this, actually, with the Quem and the branded sword, and we just go end phase here. Not much to do, apparently, under this Maxi, which makes sense. And this Fuwa actually hurts on the opponent's turn, because we were probably planning to do a lot here. And we have another Unchained Duelist. Okay. Lots of Unchained gaming going on. We have the Phimena here before they make Caesar. And that is a lot of cards flying around. Oh, we got Yugioh into Moon. Into Requiem. Here's Rindbrum, but that is going to give multiple Fuwa draws. Actually, three. Three Fuwa draws here to Unchained. And they had not normal summoned yet. So they will get to keep going here. Now, what else does Bronas have? They've got Cartesia to make a Mirror Jade, but that is also going to give another Fuwa draw. And here's Sharvara to extend. And this is going to threaten the Wave Hiking Caesar a second time. So we are going to take this opportunity to use the Cartesia right away before the Caesar can hit the board a second time around. Oh, goodbye. Here's the Mirror Jade, another card drawn for Fuwa. How much gas is left in the tank for Unchained? Link 3? Into Soul of Anguish. Well, but that just gets Mirror Jaded, no? Bring back our Thalion. Sure. And this is forcing out the Mirror Jade. Is that all we wanted? Did we really have to spend all 3 bodies just to bait the Mirror Jade? Seems like it. There goes the Unchained Soul of Anguish, but can we keep pushing? We do have Mutiny in the Sky. So that is going to make loose the Dusk's Dawn, probably, or Dusk's Dark. I forgot what it's called. I think it's Dusk's Dark. Yep. And that is going to be able to send any Fiend or Fairy from deck to grave and destroy a card. And we are going to target the Mirror Jade, even though the Mirror Jade has already been used. We don't even try to get rid of the face down. We brought Engraver back, but Engraver is already used in the graveyard, so it's just gonna be fusion material for like sequence. But we only have 2 Light Fiends in grave. We have 3 Light Fiends. We can make a Desiree, or we can make Lacrima Revive Engraver. My question is, how are we winning? Do we have to win this turn? How crazy is the branded follow-up right now? It's pretty good, but maybe beatable. There's an Ecclesia and a Cartesia and a High Spirits. And a Branded Sword. But nothing, like 1 Albion has been sent to the grave this turn. Nothing too crazy. Greensmith Agnum Day, okay. Did not use the Desiree graveyard effect to get rid of a card. Okay, we make a big Desiree. Not quite big enough. We do attack over the Quem for over 4,000 damage. Oh, is it a timeout situation? No. Okay. Maybe just didn't have enough time to figure it out and that's why they surrendered? Interesting. Well, okay. I think that means that they are definitely back against the wall now. I think 3-0 is the lead for team, is it T2? Their team name? Because only Nicky Boy has it, but I don't know. Okay. And now let's check out what Max 4K is playing, because you guys were saying I would enjoy that. Let's see. Oh yeah, right. Quantal can't change it. Max 4K is going first. 40 versus 40. And it is Orchist? Okay. Not what I expected when you guys said, oh, go ahead and check what Max is playing. Because like, I mean, I don't mind Orcus, but it's also not something I'm like crazy about. Unless there's some spicy stuff happening. I do remember, I think, wasn't Max, now that I see the Orcus deck, wasn't Max the player who had like a, not fully royal, but a lot of royals in Orcus and has been playing Orcus for a long time? I feel like that was this player. But like, I remember them from previous Challenger Cups where they would always try to make Orcus work. I need to open the door for Charlie. And yeah, we do see some Royal Orcus cards there. Galatea I as well as Galatea both are Royal here. Striker can get rid of the token because I believe both Camellia as well as Azalea can be made with tokens. They don't need effect monsters, so it's possible to get rid of the token for Striker, but it can be annoying. Also a Royal and Little Girsu, okay. Alright. And Long Girsu. Camellia needs effect monsters? Oh, okay. My bad. I think Azalea needs just 2 lights and darks, but not effect. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. Oh, Zeke is the one that just needs 2 monsters? Okay. Okay, well, this is, so far, from what I can tell, just a pure Orcus deck. Nothing hinting at any other engines so far, which is a pretty solid opener, but probably beatable for Sky Striker, but still pretty strong. I mean, the Dingirsu protecting the IP Masquerena into SP at some point, the Counter Trap and the Endel Girsu interruptions. Pretty good board that that Orcust makes, but if it's pure Orcust, it's at least playable. Depending on the hand here, I will say, because the token could actually cause problems for Sky Striker. And here's also the World Crown, which is another little bit of interruption. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, for Sky Striker, that is a much bigger problem than any of the cards on the field right now. This hand was good. This hand was definitely good. Okay, talents to take is enough to bait out the crescendo. But what else do we have in hand? Can we play into this Underdroll and Lockbird? It seems very, very hard. Normal Summon Ray. Here's Amatsu. And Enlil Girsu is going to try to take that. But we have Amatsu to change that effect. Can you explain what this tournament is? Challenger Cups are tournaments that Konami themselves are organizing that you can join for free. And just play in, and they're usually commentated by just Yugi tubers, Yu-Gi-Oh content creators, which is what this is. And this is a 3 versus 3 one, so it's teams playing against other teams. Okay, we're gonna activate Ray in the Graveyard, and we're gonna use SP Little Knight Chainlink 2 to banish that Ray. Very interesting sequence of events here. That Ray gets banished, and now there's 3 cards left in hand for Quantal to try and maneuver this situation. But the thing is, so many cards in Sky Striker search or draw. Realistically, Quantal probably has 1 or maybe 2 live cards here, and that is just not going to be enough. That Drollin Lockbird hurt so much. So yeah, Quantal going down here at max, winning this one with the Orcus deck. All right, and here we've got Nora going first, so let's see what they are cooking. This is the Unchained from earlier. We imperm the tour guide, but there's a cross out. Okay, cross out for imperm. Did you just try to interact with me? Let's stop that from happening. The tour guide summons Buyo, the Dawn's Light. Make Moon of the Closed Heaven. Buyo adds Mutiny in the Sky. And we will go for a Fiendsmith line here before we commit to anything else. Ooh, Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion saved here for the Mutiny in the Sky. Stopping access to the Fusion Summon here. And that is going to end the turn here for Unchained. Just a Caesar. How good is that? Not very good against Cool Tune, actually. So Cool Tune looking pretty good here. But we do have our own Drollin Lockbird. Again, the player going first, opening with a Drollin Lockbird behind their board. But it's gonna hurt here, but it's actually playable for Nicky Boy here. Just destroy the Caesar with the mix. We're gonna take the opportunity to burn for 1200. This is probably gonna be the end of the turn here for Cool Tune as well. Pass over to Unchained again, and Just Remix is probably beatable if we have solid engine in hand here. There is a Molcharmi Fualos being activated, which is not bad here. It could draw cards. Battle phase. Main phase 2. Why did we... Okay. I have a serious question. Why did we use Lacrima last turn to burn for 1200 when we have now no more Engraver? It was yellow? That's a good point, actually. That probably, funnily enough, that probably is the explanation. Okay, we have Ash Blossom on the Cool Tune Synchro. If we're lucky, there's no other starter. But if there's no other starter, that probably means there's more hand traps, which is going to make drawing out of the situation a lot harder. What's in Nikki Boy's grave? Mix and Rico, for sure. Those two are definitely in there. Okay, we have Aruha. Aruha alone is not a play, but it can crash into the remix, I guess, and then summon out another card. It's funny because this remix would have been 1500 if we did ooh, Max C gets us more cards here. Okay. Adds Ghost Bell back to hand. Probably summons Mix in defense. Does not perform a Synchro Summon. And now it's just down to one card in hand for Nora here. With an Aruha on the board, however, there are cards that you can draw here that would genuinely cook, like a Sharvara. Or a second Aruha, I guess. It is Sharvara! Oh god, wait, this might actually be good. Now there still is that Ghost Bell. There still is that Ghost Bell that we just added back from the graveyard, which is something we have to be aware of, but this is scary. Here's Moon of the Closed Heaven again. Now, the question is, where do you Ghost Spell here? Because you can try to Ghost Spell to stop the Fiendsmith cards. Or you can try to Ghost Spell to stop the Shayama in the graveyard from destroying the trap. Which is probably where I would Ghost Spell. I would say probably the Shayama is the one where you want to stop the combo, but at the same time, the Fiendsmith cards can also still go into the Unchained Lord of Yama. Ooh, we have a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit as well. I think that does it. I actually, okay, the Veiler too, but I don't even think you need the Veiler, to be honest. Because if there's an Engraver coming back from the grave, that's fine. Budget Gamma, yeah. So this just gets belt now. And this is what I meant earlier, right? Like last turn, it was kind of like they were hoping that Cool Tune didn't have another starter. But if they didn't have a starter, it meant that their hand was likely something like this, which is also really hard to play through. So. And that should be it. Because I think the Unchained Trap that we set was the one that... Was it the one that destroys one on each side? I think so. Yep. I wonder if we only play one Unchained Trap, or if we could have set the other one. Because I feel like the other one may have been better here. To revive one Unchained. Not that... I probably wouldn't have changed anything, to be fair, but... Unchained can catch a break today? Yes, at the same time, I'm also kind of interested in why we're seeing this much Unchained to begin with. It's like, I mean, the deck's not bad, but we've seen it like 3 times now. I used Lacrima's Graveyard Effect because I got nervous. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. That could have made a difference in this game. That could have made the difference in this game because we're kind of like, it was close. It was close. We needed just a little bit of extra gas here to close out the game, and maybe having the Engraver on an earlier turn could have done that. Because at the very minimum, it probably would have baited out one of those interactions sooner, and if they didn't have that, maybe we could have done it. Unchained is a strong engine, just a bad matchup or school tune. I don't think that's the only reason why Unchained isn't super popular right now in like regular ranked. I think the reason is more it's like super weak into Fuwalos. It's like one of those decks. It's one of the decks with the least amount of like compromises into it. Shared card rules helps Unchained. Why do you think that the shared card rule helps Unchained? Because from my perspective, I think, for next week's World Championship, for example, I would predict that probably all the teams are going to share Molcharmy Fuwalos. So if you assume that everyone is going to have Molcharmy Fuwalos anyways, then how does it help Unchained? Would you say Unchained is weaker Memento? No, I actually don't think that's a very fitting comparison. I think, and this is a win for Nicky Boy, if Bronas wins this match is already over. Because I think, from my perspective, I think Unchained makes a much stronger board than Memento, actually. Here's Ketu from Bronas into the Lucius. Last time we saw Bronas win with mainly the branded half of the deck. Draws the Quem here with the High Spirits together. Okay. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. Last time they got hit with a Molcharmy in this spot, though. This time they won't. So this end board is going to be very strong because there's also a Golden Sword Soul. Ooh, got a Ghost Bell on that. Okay. Not using Ghost Spell on the Fallen of the White Dragon is interesting to me. Okay. This is a very, very strong end board, even though it looks kind of like deceptively small. There's a lot going on in this particular deck. If you get access to both Draco Tail and Branded, it does a lot. Not Alt Art of 5 mana. Oh yeah, 5 mana is in the new Worlds pack. I pulled 3 of that 5 mana in 10 packs. Or in 20. I got the bundle, the new Worlds bundle. I got it and I pulled 3 5 mana, which was kind of crazy. Like the game wants me to return to Draco Tail. That Luluva Lilith did some work. Crackle, okay. Branded sword, add back golden sword soul to negate an attack and destroy the monster. That's wild. And here's B2B. So we didn't attack because we were scared of that. Why is this Luluvalilla level 14? That feels illegal. It's not, but it feels illegal that this that we have a level 14 monster on the field right now. Okay, fixed. And Bronas does take home the win for the team, and that is going to leave them with a convincing 5-1 victory here in this second round. Okay, well done. Well done, gamers. Let's check in with... Okay, where are people? Let me reset the score because I don't know what the score is for this one. All right, both of these players we haven't seen in the tournament yet today. And we see a first Magnet Warrior of the day. Okay, this is kind of like an interesting pick as well for next week's World Championship. Do you guys think we're going to see Magnet Warriors at Worlds? I guess is my question, because I feel like it's probably good enough. Especially as a secondary deck, maybe. Like, essentially, the way I'm thinking about it is like, even though every player at the World Championship has 2 decks, I don't think you need to necessarily have like 2 very balanced decks. I think the main goal should be like, your primary deck should be a deck that you can just queue blind, a deck that's just solid into everything. Something like, I don't know, Branded, Cool Tune, Radiant Typhoon, Sky Striker. Those kind of decks I think are very, very good, like primary decks. And then on the second deck slot, since you never have to play it, or yeah, like Draco Tail as well. In the secondary slot, I really like having these kind of like more polarizing decks that have like some really good and some really bad matchups. Because of course, after a while at the World Championship, you're going to know what to expect. And that's why I think something like Luna Light could be really good as a secondary deck for people. Here's Block Dragon. Like Stun to beat Malice? Like Stun to beat Malice, yeah. Did someone tell them that Pachi is gone? Well, they add Researcher, Cartharin, and Kokimiru Guardian instead. And they missed with Researcher. Do you think Vanquish Soul K9 is a strong deck for Worlds? I think it's okay. Okay, we link off SP Little Knight. Here's Sprite Elf. Bring back Researcher again. Bring back Omega Plus. Bring back the Teller again. And we don't have a rock to reveal. Wait, we just ended on nothing. This is one Baron. And the elf can bring back SP, I guess. Here's Vararoon, but no Mystical Space Typhoon in the graveyard. SP comes back. Normal summon Rat here. Make Raiden. Omega Plus. That's the Vararoon face down. Special another Rat here. Here's Tiger Mortar. We reattach. Yeah, that played into SP a lot. Okay. And now we make Broad Bull, I guess. Search for Swen, and now we try to pop off with Swen. Nope, we are not popping off with Swen because there's a droll in hand again. Does it play Zeus, you think? Nope, head phase. Okay. No Typhon, no Zeus, just droll. We can try again with the Researcher now. And we negate this Fallen at the Virtuous with Bear and the Fleur. We Ash the Researcher. Okay. Ash off the top, probably. Now we fuse with the Sigma Minus. And that is going to make Plasma Magnum. Which adds another copy of Magnet Bonding. Then we add this, which we could still do. But now Crocea activates. That's funny. Okay, how big are the chances that we just can't out this Crocea? Because we have no spell traps. We actually can't. That's crazy. We actually can't out it. No! That's so funny. Did we even need to activate the quick play spell? Did we really have to? Because I feel like we had game already. We just cooked for the sake of cooking. Oh no, the Sheena! Oh god. Okay, IP, SP, and Elf go back into the extra deck, so we can resummon those. But also a couple cards go back into the hand. The Swen gets negated. Now, but we have Eldam. Okay. We were not toggled on. We needed to toggle on if we wanted to do that in the proper moment. So now we chain Perulia to the Eldam. It still gets a draw, though. Ooh, okay. There's a nib in that deck as well, presumably for Gallant Granite Search. Don't know if they knew about this one or not. God, how strong is this token? I can't quite see it. I can't see it. I don't know how big is the token? Okay, that is one way. That is one way to out Crocea. The fact that we just kaiju'd the Crocea when there was a Radiant Typhoon Phonix and a Radiant Typhoon Baroon is very funny to me. It's like that's the one we need to get rid of. Okay, Sprite Elf returns. Brings back the Researcher again. Researcher tries again. But misses again. And now, okay. We kaiju'd we kaiju'd the Crocea because we couldn't out it. And then we couldn't out the kaiju. This is an awesome game. And now the kaiju is how they can out the Baron. Oh, droplet. Wait, why did we Space Typhoon ourselves? And then dropleted away both? Ah, to bring back Phonics, I see. And we finally did it. Okay. Well, that was that was quite something. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. That was crazy. Okay, let's see what ETA and Tony are playing. It was fun to watch though. I enjoyed that because I never knew what was gonna happen next. Dude, the Crocea. Really, the Crocea, I feel like we could have played around that Crocea somehow. There must be. Ash Blossom on Branded in High Spirits. We still have the Ecclesia normal summon. And we affect Veiler, the Fallen of the White Dragon. I feel like we're seeing another cool tune here. Whenever I see affect Veiler, my cool tune senses are tingling. Yep, this gotta be cool tune, right? Royal Alternate Art Ghost Spell is impressive. And they have the Cartesia as well. Okay, that was yeah, well, we're playing 2 cards versus 2 cards now. Just the Grand Guignol, okay. Was that really better than going for the Synchro? Can't imagine this is better than going for the level 8 Synchro, but okay. No starter on the other side. Well, I guess then it's fine. Well, we have a Fallen at the Virtuous. To destroy the Fallen of the White Dragon. I mean, yeah, sometimes you don't have a starter. Sometimes you just don't have a starter, and that's how it goes. Who did you vote for to win Worlds? I haven't voted yet for the thing. We're gonna do it on stream together on like Monday or Tuesday. I wanted to do like a Worlds prediction session on stream for Master Duel and TCG. So I haven't done it yet, but you feel free to tell me who you think is going to win. Because I haven't really made my mind up yet. I haven't really decided who I'm gonna vote for. All right, we found a way to put 8,000 damage. I almost didn't notice that, but that's a Royal Extended Art Mirror Jade. Okay, dude. And the Cartesia. Well, I'm just now noticing. Hold up. Cartesia, Mirror Jade, and... Holy... That is quite something there. They either got really, really lucky, but since they have both of these, I kind of have to believe that they and the Grand Guignol as well. Oh, that, yeah. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, they better win this Challenger Cup to recoup some of that. Okay. Now this match is coming down to the wire. It's only 4 minutes left. Ah, the Ash on the Fuwa, the classic. The Ash on the Machgiru. We make Artemis. Once Upon a Fairy Tale and Maxi. We are going for it. But not quite. Okay. Yep. I mean, yeah, giving 15 draws into the Maxi and then ending on honestly not that much turned out to not work. Who could have guessed? Well. All right, GG's everyone in round number 2. I gotta give Charlie some food, and it is about overtime now for round number 2 anyways, so we'll be back with round number 3 in a few minutes. Hopefully not a very long break, depending on how long people go into overtime. But we shall be back soon for round number 3. Okay, and we are back for round number 3, which is about to begin, I think, in a minute or two. And we are going to start with watching Team PGB versus Team WAM in this third round. We've got 5 of our 6 players at the table already, and I think it should start any moment now, according to the announcement over on the Discord server for the tournament. Yep, it should start about now. We are missing the last player. Oh, there they are. Okay. All right, duelists. Let's see what we are working with in round number 3 here. Duelists. Go. All right, we've got Rixia going first here on the bottom. And it is 40 versus 40. Main phase 1, we are thinking about how to start things off. Not great. Not great. I thought because we were thinking so long, it meant we had to decide between multiple starters, but it turns out we actually didn't have any. Okay. Well, here's a cool tune synchro in the draw phase from Ember. Grabbing out that now semi-limited cool tune Q. Do we at least have some good non-engine to stop these? It looks like the queue is just resolving. We don't even have any responses? What did we draw? Here's a rotary summoned from the deck. Maybe a Fallen into Virtuous? Okay, at least a Fallen into Virtuous. Getting rid of the 1 of rotary could be very good here. And it's a Titanic Lad that we send, indicating maybe some sort of branded. And now we have a Molcharmi Fualos. That was not unlikely to be part of the hand, yeah. And now that we are under that Molcharmi, the question is, how far do we commit? We do have a Veiler in hand, so we can make a Track Maker at least, which is pretty good. Same time, we are starting to give a couple of draws over to the opponent, which is dangerous. Q is going to... Okay, it's a Draco Tail with 2 Ketus on top, so pick your poison. Now, if we want to keep going, then we're probably going to put the Ketu on top. If we don't want to keep going, we would put it to the bottom, I think. We are going to put it on top, which to me indicates that we are going to go for game here. At least the way I think about it is like, if you are not planning to go for game here and you want to give them another turn, you would put the Ketu to the bottom because you don't want them to have it next turn. But if you think you can go for game, then you would leave it on top because it's not an interruption. That they, like, if you are happy for them to draw a Ketu right now if you're going for game, because that doesn't help. But it also confirms that it is Draco Tail, which means that the more cards we give, the higher the odds of 5 mana. Titanic Cloud will probably reshuffle anyways. Yes, most likely yes. And we are going to keep going at least a little bit. We are going to go for Cool Tune, JJ Cool Tune here. Searching for Rico, not special summoning it. Okay. I mean, we do have the extra normal summon from the JJ. The problem is, I genuinely feel like that Titanic lad in the end phase is very, very threatening. So it's, I feel like they might be inclined to try to go for game here. Oh, okay. So now, that's what confuses me. We now gave them Ketu Draco Tail. That's why I was confused by leaving it on top but not going for game, because now they just have Ketu, which is one of the best cards to have, probably. Do we have something to prevent this? You have to have something to prevent this. There's no way you just make a synchro, give them a card, and then walk into this. Okay, Ghost Mourner at least stops it. Not as good as Ghost Ogre because they do get to keep the body on the board, but you do stop the fusion summon at least and save your remix. Yeah, that does not work in TCG. That's true. That does not work in TCG. Why? Because hand triggers work differently in TCG, where the Ghost Mourner would have, because it was on Ember's turn, the Ghost Mourner would have to been Chainlink 1, and the Fallen of Albaz would have been Chainlink 2. But in the OCG, hand triggers are ruled, like, the activation timing for hand triggers is like if they were quick effects. Which do you prefer? Which way to rule it? I feel like the TCG one makes more sense. because they are trigger effects, so I think it's more intuitive for them to go onto the chain like trigger effects. Personally. But the other one, the OCG one is maybe less complicated. I don't know. It does make the cards more useful. Yeah, that's the main thing I don't like about it. Like, I don't really care how it's done. I think both can be argued for, and both can be completely fine. But it's like, it would be better if every format, every region used the same rulings, because sometimes cards are designed for a specific purpose. Like Ghost Mourner is a significantly worse card in the TCG because of that, right? And so I wish it was consistent across all formats and regions, so that if they design a card, they can be sure how it's going to work everywhere, right? How does it work in Worlds? They always use the OCG rulings for Worlds. Which is also, it's the same way in Master Duel. Like, even though we are technically playing Master Duel all over the world, even in regions that normally play the TCG, everywhere it's the same. In Master Duel, they just use the OCG ruling, which is why Ghost Mourner is significantly better in Master Duel. Ooh. Called by the Grave on 5 mana might actually cut them off of being able to fuse here. Because all the fusion spells you can negate with RS, so you would need multiple to make that happen. Yeah, they can't fuse. And now they draw into Rico, and I think that is going to be it. Because, I mean, I don't even think Draco Tail has anything here that it can have, because 5 mana is under Called by the Grave still, so even if you have like a Max C or something, there's nothing you can really draw into. Because you're down to 4,500 life points. Like, there's no chance that they play into Nibiru here. Did they not Called by the Charmy? That was 2 turns ago, so they probably picked up the Called by the Grave right after. Because we're in turn 6 right now, and the Charmy happened on turn 2. So they probably picked up the Charmy like for turn on the Called by on turn 4. I would have thought there was a B2B line earlier. There probably was. I was wondering the same thing when they had just RS and JJ, because JJ, like, if you just tribute the RS for JJ, you definitely have a way to go for game. However, I think their reasoning to not go for that is if they then have like Ash Blossom or whatever, or Ghost Ogre for the JJ, you kind of lose your position completely, right? Whereas like you can just chill on the RS and Called by, and I mean, you had Called by, so maybe it was not that risky, but like you open yourself up to some combinations of cards that maybe otherwise you don't lose to. Like, what if they have Ghost Ogre and Ghost Bell, for example, right? Ghost Ogre on JJ, you Called by, they bell it. And they have the Ketu, but only one Ketu as the only play, which was not worth exposing to the RS, yeah. And now we roll, but that is too little too late, especially with perfect hand knowledge. There's nothing stopping Ember here from just going for game in whatever way you want. Honestly, there's a bunch of different ways to do it here. The easiest being just make Loudness War with Mix and Track Maker and then attack for game, since it's only 4,500. You're gonna play today after the tourney? It's probably gonna take us like 3 to 4 more hours, so probably not. Tomorrow I might stream a little bit longer because today we're doing 6 rounds of Swiss and tomorrow we're doing top 8, which is only 3 rounds, top 8, top 4 finals. So tomorrow's stream is probably a little bit shorter. So depending on how long it is tomorrow, I'll probably stay live for a little bit after and do some other stuff. All right. And writing is on the wall. Rixia concedes this game. It was a relatively long one. I'd be surprised if the other ones were still going, actually. Oh, this one is still going. Okay. Ah, that explains branded. Okay. Oh, already had the high spirits when they ashed the... already had the Albas when they ashed the high spirits. Ash going second, Keck W. Oh, we play Mercurier. Okay, that makes this opening a lot stronger. Radiant Typhoon Vision, Search Mystical Space Typhoon, activate Vower Rune, that gets Retribution. Which, honestly, you could have seen this coming when they have one face down and you activate a quick play spell to search for Mystical Space Typhoon, that they would Retribution your Vower Rune. Maybe we should have just Mystical Space Typhoon first. And then triggered the Vower Rune after. Okay, Mercurier onto the Vower Rune in Graveyard. Normal summon Ratpier, and Ram. Mirror Jade banishes the Ratpier. Quem brings back Fallen of White. Fallen of White brings out Ecclesia. Special summon Eldam. Search for Crocea. Special summon Swen. Search for Chant. Make MX Saber Invoker. Special Ratpier. Oh, summons Fallen of Albaz in a spot where there was nothing to fuse with it. They couldn't even activate it. Uh-oh. We can still make chaos with the Cartesia. But that is that's like a wasted interruption here. That might hurt. That might end up mattering. We'll see. Procea resolves into Vision plus MST. Special Megala, activate Vision. Chain Mystical Space Typhoon. Random Vision, by the way, draw 2. And we do draw a quick play spell. Okay. Megala triggers, Vision triggers. Reset. Summon Phonix. Great removal against Branded. But do we have a quick play spell to activate? It doesn't look like it. Here is the Link Rune. Adds Mystical Space Typhoon. Activate Mystical Space Typhoon on the Vision again. Now we put... oh, we leave the Mirror Jade on... ah, we want to put the Mirror Jade into the spell trap zone. Ah, okay. Okay, yeah, I get it. But now we triggered Aluber. And that's not... Now the Mirror Jade is going to stay, I think. I feel like Aluber's Graveyard Effect is something that people forget very frequently. And that makes that does make a difference here for sure. Ooh, Maxi. Okay, wait, that's big. Are we going to let Branded Fusion resolve? I guess we do get cards from the Maxi. Discard Ecclesia. Now, if that Mirror Jade was in the spell trap zone, that would be very inconvenient. And we kind of have to use our cards here. Now, here's the thing. With a Maxi active, one thing that could happen at basically any point of this game that could completely turn it around is Sheena being drawn. If Sheena is picked up, that is crazy against Branded. If Radiant Typhoon finds Sheena here, if it's in the deck, I mean, I don't know, because it's the Zodiac variation. But if there is a Sheena, then that is going to turn things around, I think. Is Radiant viable in Master Duel? Radiant is absolutely viable in Master Duel. Yeah, it's good. It's arguably better than it's in the TCG, because in the TCG you only have one chant. They kind of did this deck dirty in the TCG, the pure Radiant Typhoon. I mean, it's still technically alive, but it's much better with 3 chants. Oh wait, is it 2 chants? I know they put Vision to 2. Ah, they also put Chant to 2, right? Yeah. And they put Rat back to 2, which I find it very interesting that people are still playing Rat Pier now that it's at 2. Because I thought that was gonna for sure mean that people are gonna pivot into the other version. All right, and Branded takes it down because Radiant Typhoon timed out. Okay, interesting. That is funny because that's normally the other way around. Normally, that's not how Branded games end, with the opponent timing out. That's not how it's supposed to go. That is not how it's supposed to go. Yeah, okay, well, I mean, you don't see that every day. Yeah, but it was probably a game this turn anyways. I just don't know how the other game turned out. It was... Hold up. A win for WAM, a win for WAM, and a win for PGB. Okay, so 2-1 is the lead. 2-1 is the lead. I was going to join one of the other two matches because who are the two players we haven't seen yet? Koala and Toad, I believe, are the two that we have not seen yet. But we don't know what decks they're playing. So I'm waiting for one of these. Whoever starts first, we're going to watch that. They start at the same time. Well, okay. Will you stream Master Duel Worlds? I will try to be live for Worlds. Yeah, I don't know exactly when it starts, my time. I think Tokyo is like, or Japan is like 8 hours ahead of Germany. So it starts like in the middle of the night for me. But I think I will do it. I'll just like, for next weekend, I'll probably just sleep during the day and stream during the night. Because I kind of just want to watch Worlds, man. I want to watch it live. I don't want to watch it when I wake up. Okay, Zodiac Barrage is enough to pull out an Ash Blossom here. Do we have another starter? Looks like no. Okay, awesome. Ash Blossom remains victorious, going second this time even. If they can play now, I guess. What's your prediction for Worlds? I thought about it a little bit, but I haven't quite worked it out yet. What exactly I predict people to do. I was gonna do that at the start of the week on stream. I was gonna talk about like the TCG format and the Master Duel format, and like who I expect to be winning, and what decks I expect to be good. We do see another Witchcrafter here. It's been a while. We saw a couple in the first round, but it's been quiet since. But now we've got another Witchcrafter here being hit with Max C, however. That's not pleasant for Witchcrafter. At least I think it's not. And the problem is, pushing into Max C against Radiant Typhoon is pretty scary, because if that's a quick play spell face down, then they could at any point just draw like Crocea, Phonics, and so on, and just put more bodies onto the field, so it's kind of scary. Forbidden Crown. Okay, onto the Zoroa. That's a cool animation for Forbidden Crown. We do Ash the Empire of Endymion. Wait, that thing is 2800 because there's a Regulus on Field or Grave. That's funny. And it's just, that's a lot of damage already, but we're not quite there. We've got 6,000. We've got 6,000, not that far off, but also not quite there yet. So can we get there without too many more summons? Okay, here's Fairy Tail Luna. So it is Fairy Tail, Magistus, Witchcrafter, and Endymion. Spellcaster. Yep, Spellcaster. And it's still not 8,000. Oh, the Zoroa can't attack because Crown. Right, my bad. The Zoroa is Crown. So that is still not quite 8,000. I forget. Can you use Zoroa when it's crowned for the Chorozo contact fusion? Because I know you can use it for like a crowned monster. I know you can use it for, what was the other example? There was another example that was relevant recently where you could use it for Alba Lenatus. Alba Lenatus is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. It's the same. Okay. Okay. All right, here's Wickcat. All right, now we've got 8,000, but we have to reduce this number by 1,500 because the Zoroa can't attack. So 6,500, which is enough if the Fairy Tale Snow comes out in the battle phase. And we use the Tales of the Fairy Tales. Bane Snow, even. And that should be game. I don't know if there's a... Wait. Why are we activating a quick play spell right now? Why are we not just activating Snow? Because this is a quick play spell. They could bring back they could bring out some Radiant Typhoon monsters now. Why did we activate a quick play spell? If there's a Crocea now, or a Varuroon, or a Phonix. Oh, that was so lucky. That was so... it worked out, but that was very risky. Why not just activate Snow? Why did we activate a quick play spell? That was so risky. Okay. Well, I mean, they won, but okay. Wow. That was quite scary. Never punished. Ash Blossom won the game going second? Yeah, by making the opponent pass on nothing, which is awesome. Ash on Cool Tune Synchro. Again, Ash going second. Will it win this time? Well, that Fuba is good now because that opening is now very scuffed. Search Q. Normal summon Q gets Veilered. Alright, Ash, Fuba, Veiler. They have their own Veiler. So they still get to make Track Maker. Alright. I think this is a cool tune mirror match. Don't ask me how I know. Yep, I knew it. Draws an imperm for turn, 2 other cards in hand, set 2 pass. Well then. Okay. Hold up for one. Why did we pass? We have JJ Cool Tune. We can just tribute to summon another Cool Tune. Like, yes, whatever we summon is going to get impermed, but we have to bait out that imperm eventually. Like, you go tribute the Trackmaker, summon Rico, they imperm it. Next turn, you do the same thing again. That's how you win in the long term. No play again. Okay, now we're doing it. We get ashed on it again. Pass again. Oh my god. Oh my... How? Stone Sweeper! Ash. Grind games. Yeah. Yeah, what a grind game. Consistency hits, by the way. Consistency hits. Come on. big 100 damage. There's no way. There's no way you still don't have a play. And no Ghost Ogre either. Oh, God. Rico! Well, Imperma on the other side. Maxi joins the fray. Okay, sure. Reinforcement of the army. Dude, that animation jump scares me every time. Okay, I think now it's officially over. It's turn 15, but I think now it's done. Because even if you have... Yeah, this, I mean... Maybe the Molcharmi stops them from doing anything because they know you didn't have much and they just pass now, but... You're only on 5,000 as well, so... And Q can summon from graveyard, so they don't even have to do much. Because, like, RS at this point is also so big. You can just summon one from grave, make RS, and that's one draw for game. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 tuners or something. Oh wait, no, I counted the same graveyard twice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 tuners in the graveyards. So RS would just be game. Alright, last card in hand was Ghost Bell. No, not a Fuba for turn again! Remix? Well, they couldn't make RS because there was no Rico, guys. They couldn't make RS. The funniest thing to me is that didn't even threaten Typhon because they didn't summon from the extra deck twice. That didn't even threaten Typhon. They just played into like a top deck Bell Called by the Grave for no reason. $6,800 RS. Holy. Oh, it was talents. Oh, it was talents. But RS negates it. Okay. Well, that was a cool tune mirror of all time, I must say. That was peak cool tune gameplay, I suppose. is what people will tell you. Oh god. Okay, how did the other match go? We had a win for Koala, a win for WAM. Means, yep, 4-2. 4-2. And we're going into set 3. Turns, maybe Cool Tune is the healthiest Yu-Gi-Oh deck, or maybe, and this is gonna sound crazy to you guys, maybe the number of turns is not an indicator, or not the only indicator for quality of gameplay. Have you ever thought about that? What is your least favorite mirror to play from experience? My least favorite mirror. What is my least favorite mirror of all time? Spiral. Spiral was, yeah, but I don't know. I don't think it's Spiral. I don't think it's Spiral. I think it's probably Goki. Probably. Because I was thinking of like, I was thinking of a deck that I actually actively played. Because I'm sure right now, I don't know. I'm sure right now there's also a bunch of mirrors that I wouldn't like, but that's just decks that I'm not playing, so it doesn't matter to me. Has to be Tier Mirror. Tier Mirror is literally one of the best mirrors ever. As overpowered as that deck was, the mirror matches were very, very good. Even with Dweller? Yes, even with Dweller. How about Necros with Jin? That Jin is the main thing that like makes the Necros mirrors a lot worse than what they could be. A lot of the mirrors where there was no Jin involved were very good. One of the main things that kept the Necros mirrors from being like the Necros formats from being a lot worse was the fact that a lot of the good players decided not to go for Jin lock in a lot of game states, because the going for Jin would often open you up to, if they had an out, you would just get trished and lose because of it. So very often people just didn't go for Jin if they thought that they were set up well enough to win without it, which ended up making a lot of games a lot better. But still, the Necros mirrors would have been a lot better if Jin just didn't exist in the first place. Did you do the gentleman's agreement often? Sometimes, but then, I mean, after what happened, then no one wanted to do it anymore after the Hobbit incident. Okay, Snow is going to set this Arthalion face down, and Crowley is going to make probably the Zoroa fusion? Yeah. We do have Rahu, and the Zoroa only negates effect monsters. Or monster effects, rather. Without Ishizu, what do you think if full power Tearlament got into the current format? I think there would probably be a lot of other ways to still make use of the cards, even without the Ishizu cards. But I always felt like the Ishizu cards were what pushed it over the edge. But it already was the best deck beforehand, but I don't know. Yeah, one of the craziest things about the Ishizu cards in Tearlament formats was not just what they did for Tearlaments, but because, like, I feel like one of the things that was meant to balance those cards was the fact that they would send 5 cards from the deck to the graveyard for both players. But that also meant that, like, if you weren't playing a graveyard deck, then the Tearlament player could just activate those with no repercussions. So you had to, you kind of had to play a graveyard deck, otherwise they could just activate those and the value was off the charts. That was what, honestly, that was one of the main reasons in Tearlament formats to play Tearlament, was because if they went for the mill 5, then you would always have a chance of winning. Which was one of the main ways how, like, going second was manageable in that format, because whenever they had to go for one of the mill 5s, you were basically completely in the game without even having to draw any specific cards or whatever. Like, you were just in the game at that point every time. So yes, that is one of the valid criticisms of Tearlament Ishizu formats, was that, like, in order to compete, you basically had to play Ishizu Tearlaments. It very much was a tier 0 format, but that does not necessarily make the mirror match bad. Those are two separate arguments. Like, you can say, yeah, I didn't like the format because you had to play Tearlaments. That's completely fair. But the Tearlament mirror match was arguably one of the best mirrors of all time still. Secretary on Dragon seems very strong against Fairy Tail Magistus decks, because those are all spellcasters. Okay, end phase Titanic Clad. We do have to banish some cards from the hand here, because we want to keep some of this in the graveyard. So we're banishing 1 from the hand, 6 from the graveyard, also including Once Upon a Fairy Tale. So this... Wait, this is an interesting interaction. I actually don't know how this works. So we have Chainlink 1, Fallen of Albaz. Actually, no, the Fairy Tale Snow can't activate, right? Because of the Secretarion. Okay, yeah, the Snow can't activate because of Secretarion, but what if it could? Can we imagine for a second, what if it could activate? Would it work? Because Albaz says, fusion summon a fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters on either field, including this card. Now, the thing is, you can fuse with face down monsters, but if you flip the Albaz face down, is it still considered this card? Is it still this card? Okay. I know you can fuse with face downs. I know you can fuse with face downs, but the effect specifies this card. Okay. If you take the Albaz with Holisu, he still fuses? Yeah, but that's different because flipping face down resets some of the things about a card. Changing control does not. That's not the same thing in Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, Genya of the Ring is activated, which will turn the Mirror Jade into a spellcaster. That's it. You are now a spellcaster. Does this benefit Fairy Tail ever? Like turning your opponent's monster into a spellcaster? Is there anything that interacts with it? To fuse with Prince? Well, but in... Wait. You do need Prince though, right? You need both Prince and Spellcaster. The Prince of Fairies needs to also be a Spellcaster. Oh, okay. So what you're saying is you need to turn a monster into a Spellcaster and then also turn the same monster's name into Prince of the Fairies? Is that what you're saying? Okay. That seems like a lot of work. I haven't really seen that happen very often. Usually when I see Fairy Tail play, that the whole Prince of the Fairies thing is a neat idea, but never actually happens. Or I haven't seen it happen yet. Happened very often during the Fusion Cup. Okay, it never happened to me, but I only played I played a decent amount of Fusion Cup, but not that much. I didn't grind the second stage much. Oh no, not the Secretarion again. They just outed it. They put it back into the extra deck. And okay. Come on. They put so much work into getting rid of it. And that was the last match of the set. Let me check who won that. It was Team WAM did win that round. 5-4, I think. 5-4 or 6-3. I don't know exactly, but they did win. Okay. Well, yeah, that is rough. playing Fairy Tail into a deck that can summon Secretarion Dragon over and over, that is not pleasant. All right. We've only got, this was a long match. We only have 4 minutes left on the clock, so we wouldn't have much. I don't have much time to go over. Another match we would watch basically would just go into overtime, I think. But yeah. Anyways, we're going to go on a short break before round number 4. And then I will also, what I will do in the break is I will check on some of the scores on some of the teams in the tournament, because it's not single elimination, it is Swiss rounds, so that I can tell you about how certain teams are doing in the tournament right now. I'll tell you which teams are undefeated, and then we can watch round 4 in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, and here we are again. Round number 4 is about to begin. I'm just resetting the scores real quick. And I have selected 2 teams who we A, haven't seen yet today, and B, are both undefeated at the moment in the tournament. Both Team RTR and Team Goal C are undefeated. So we are going to watch their match, which should begin any moment now. Round number 4. And we will see what strategies, what lineup these two have brought to this tournament today, because so far it's working. 3-0 halfway through the Swiss rounds. Reminder, this is a 2-day tournament. So today we are going to be watching the Swiss rounds, and tomorrow we are going to watch the top 8 of this tournament unfold. Tomorrow, since it is only the top 8 tomorrow, that is going to be 3 rounds, essentially. Top 8, top 4, and finals. I think I'll stream a little bit longer than just that, but okay. Let's go into this match. Round 4 has just started. Let's see what decks we get to see. We start things off with the Molcharmi Purulia here. Okay, it resolves. Now, against some decks, this is a big deal, like Radiant Typhoon, and against others, it barely matters. We'll have to see what it is. The winner of this game will have 1 foot into the next round. Yeah, because, like, I mean, 5-1, I think you're guaranteed in top 8, but 4-2 with good tiebreakers, you could still make it. So the winner of this is guaranteed at least 4-2 with good tiebreakers. Now, okay, good and bad news. Mitsurugi is not bad into Molcharmi Fuwalos or Purulia. The bad news is if they have both, it gets a little bit more complicated. Ooh. We've got the World Championship Alt Art Mitsurugi Murakumo, like that. Okay. I didn't pull this one myself out of the pack. I got 3 Fimenas, but none of these. I didn't get this one, and I also didn't get a Caesar. Murakumo is the best one because it's on theme with the archetype. That is true. It's kind of fitting for Mitsurugi. I really like the polymerization, though. The reason why I like the polymerization is because it's a good card in a lot of different decks, and you can play it for a long time, like if you get it. That's why I like the polymerization a lot. Is it bad that I prefer normal Murakumo? Nope, that's the beauty of alt arts. Everyone gets to pick their favorites. Not many new fusion decks play poly in 2026. It pops up every once in a while. Like, polymerization has been playable like multiple times over the past couple of years, whether it's Luna Light or the Frightfur package with Edgem Chain together. That was good in a couple of illusion decks. Even Draco Tail played it at some point. Well, you get opportunities to play polymerization, definitely. And there will be more in the future, more opportunities to play the card, I'm sure. Is this the first time we're seeing Mitsurugi today? I think so, right? I think it is the first time. Yeah, 1 prayers is a rough hit for Mitsu in Master Duel. Which is funny to me because in the TCG, prayers is at 3, but I've still seen people play versions of Mitsurugi with only 1 prayers, like in the 60 card Rolat, Azamina, Mitsurugi decks. I've seen versions of it with only one prayers, like, and they just play one prayers, even though they could play 3, but they still play 1. The Labyrinth field music kind of goes hard. I haven't heard it. We heard it earlier today already, but before that, I haven't heard it in a while. Still one of the best ones they have, I feel like. I don't know if it's the best one, but it's pretty good. You don't see 1 in pure? No, in pure, of course, they always play 3. Yeah. That's what I was. That's what I was heading towards with that story of like seeing the 1 in the Roulette as a Mina deck. I feel like sometimes like it's a little sad even that they put prayers to 1, because that's the one card that makes it so you can't play pure Mitsurugi anymore, but you have to play the hybrid variations to make it work. Would you unlimit some Mitsu cards with exchange of Purification Ban? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I would put them all back to 3 and then get rid of Purification. I'd be happy with that. I think Purification was by far, and it is always the best Mitsurugi hit on the ban list, I think. If they were to do that, I think it would be the best. Purification ban is kind of Ryzeal cross-coded. I mean, I haven't heard anyone complain about Ryzeal in Master Duel since they banned cross, so it kind of works. But you still see the cards. So hitting end board ceiling instead of consistency, exactly. That's what I like to see. That is what I like to see whenever they do that. All right, let's see. Ryzeal Mitsurugi takes the win in that one, despite getting hit with Perulia and Fuwalos. Radiant Typhoon Vision in draw phase. Discard Fallen into Virtuous. Activate Engage. Search Ray. Okay, didn't chain a quick play to get the 3rd spell. This board also got good music. Ooh, Pot of Desire. Is this a Sky Striker mirror match? Ah. It is a Sky Striker mirror match. We hit infinite impermanence there. Go for Amatsu. Link one for Hayate. Amatsu is going to target itself as well as the 0 to destroy it. And now, but that will trigger Ray, but also Rose. Ooh, that's clever because Ray comes back and Rose comes back afterwards, so you can negate the Ray so it cannot tag out this turn. That's nice. But still, we've already gone... No, we haven't gone through Kagari yet, but we don't have Engage in the graveyard because the Hayate was prevented from sending it. Gonna trigger the Lemnis Gate's graveyard effect to Link Summon. Looks like Shizuku passed here, which is not great, but not... I mean, yeah. It just feels like Sky Striker, on the other hand, like, it's just... If the player on the bottom had access to Engage, it'd be a different story, but they just didn't draw one. Whereas on the top, they have access to Engage, so they get to start looping it now. Ooh, okay. A Forbidden Crown. That's actually massive if that works out. That's one of the few cards that can actually really change things up here. Because this Ray is going to be stuck on the field in the main monster zone. This is rough. That is rough. The only thing is, because on the other side, Hayate is in the graveyard and they don't usually play 2 copies of it, next turn they still don't have access to Engage via Hayate. They can have access to Engage via Linkage. They can go Kagari, Linkage, 0. That will give them Engage, but that is also very vulnerable to any sort of interaction. The moment Ultimate Sky releases, it'll be another game changer. I hope it's true, but from what I'm seeing in the OCG right now, it's unfortunately not what's been happening. It hasn't happened that way yet. Gallant Thief and Mind Mirror Force are better anyways. I mean, those are good. It's just that, and those, I think all those cards will have an impact on the metagame at some point. It's just that the release timing for them in the OCG is a little sad, because they are releasing in a world like they released the set with all the new board breakers at the same time as a meta, like the best deck in the format hand loops you for 3. So I mean, obviously you're not going to play board breakers when Elf Node hand loops you for half of your hand. Like a board breaker strategy is just not viable if that's what's happening. Obviously not. That is just very natural. That actually that says nothing about the quality of those cards. Like that is just bad timing for all of those board breakers. It's gonna take some time for them to fix Elf Nodes, and then we'll see how good those cards are. Why did we chain the 0 here? Can't we just let the opponent take it? Why would that be so bad if they just took it? Because they can't link with it still, right? They contributed for con. Oh yeah, they could use the graveyard effect, right? The summon effect, not the graveyard effect. Yeah, that's a good point. Are you going to cover Worlds? Yes, I will be live for all 3 days of Worlds. It's going to be a little bit weird because my sleep schedule is going to be all over the place, because the World Championship is in Japan this year, which means that it starts at like 2 a.m. for me or something. But I will try to cover it. Next week is Worlds, yeah. That's a good shark cannon. That's like 6 p.m. American time. For you guys, depending on which time zones you're in, it should start like, yeah, in the evening for you guys. The only thing is, like, because it's probably going to take like 10 to 12 hours, it's going to end very late for you guys. Like, you're going to have, I mean, it's still better than for me, yeah. Worlds for Master Duel? Yes. I mean, technically Worlds for all titles. It's next week is the World Championship for Yu-Gi-Oh! In general. It's going to be TCG, OCG Worlds, which is the physical card game, Master Duel, as well as Duel Links and Speed Duel. I don't know the exact time, like the schedule yet, like which day is what, but I think it starts Friday. If it's like last year, then it would be Friday would be day 1 for Master Duel and Duel Links, and Saturday would be day 1 for TCG, I think. Will you do the whole day? Yeah, I'm planning to. Ooh, we drew an Ash Blossom off of our engage last turn. That's big. That is a big Ash Blossom in his ground. No damage has been inflicted yet, by the way. It's gone back and forth so much, but no one has even touched the opponent's life points yet. This is a good game. Okay, we popped the Kagari. But that also triggers Ray in the graveyard again. We chain our own Ray. Do we have Amatsu back in the extra deck, or is Amatsu still gone? Amatsu is gone. I feel like that's the problem here at the bottom. We were running out of extra deck on the bottom here. Favorite mirror match? My favorite mirror match is not the Sky Striker mirror match, no, but it's a good mirror match. It's not my favorite, but it's a good mirror match. They have Lemnis Gate, but the problem is one Lemnis Gate is banished already. So they cannot like recycle Lemnis Gates. Like they can't recycle the first Lemnis Gate with the second Lemnis Gate, which is ideally where you'd want to be. But that's the case for both players, actually. Both players have a banished Lemnis Gate. They do play 2 copies. That's massive. Have we seen any Elf Notes? No. In Master Duel, Elf Note is not that popular yet because we don't have June Pride yet. As soon as we get June Pride, I think Elf Note is going to be very, very good in Master Duel. Because in Master Duel, we also have Baron the Fleur. So Elf Note is basically at its most powerful in this format. Just like it is in the OCG right now. Pretty much. What a time to be alive. Yep. How many months since the last TCG list? When was it was in March, I think? March or April, so like 4 or 5 months. Yeah, I think we are due another list at some point soon, I think. Probably like shortly after Worlds, if I had to guess. Next list needs to be big though. See, that's why I hear different opinions. I feel like some people want the next or expect the next TCG list to be rather small and some want it to be rather big. I always want them to be big, the ban lists. But we'll see what we get this time. What would you say were the biggest reasons you didn't qualify for Worlds this year? I talked about that in a video actually at the end of the season. But the TLDR was, I think I focused on too many things at once this year. I tried to play all the Duelist Cups. I tried to play even the Duel Links one I tried to play. And then I also tried to do the TCG Worlds grind for regionals, and then I had a lot of other stuff going on with like content creation and work and all that stuff. And it just was, I just tried to do too much, and I kind of got lost in that. But also, it's just very hard to qualify for Yu-Gi-Oh! Worlds. No matter if it's Master Duel or TCG, there's only about 30 people from the entire world going every year, so I think setting the standard to go like every year is not a very healthy standard, I think. So ultimately, it's okay. There had to be some year where I wouldn't make it. That's all right. Is it harder than it was 5 to 10 years ago? I mean, just by nature, the introduction of Master Duel giving you a second like avenue to qualify, I think makes it on paper slightly easier, just because you, or slightly more likely because you have more ways you could qualify. But it's also, I do think that both Master Duel qualifiers as well as the TCG Worlds points have been getting more and more competitive, because I feel like the game is just growing to a point where like there's just more people trying, I think. Are you going to focus on either Master Duel or TCG next year? I am going to focus on what I enjoy more at any given point. I decided to not commit to anything because I feel like that would be... It wasn't how I felt like. Like, I felt a little... I felt like after I did everything last season, I just felt like taking it a little bit slower now for one season. So I don't know if I'm gonna really. There's a really good chance I just might not make it to next year's World Championship, and then maybe like try again the year after. Okay, both are kind of running out of gas here. We kind of had a big push for damage here, but it wasn't quite enough. We're down to 500 life points, but we just went Camellia Pass. So if we have follow-up here, we have a Lemnis Gate that can reshuffle everything, but we don't have that many spells, actually. We can only shuffle back 4 spells, 4 monsters. So we cannot refill the extra deck by a lot. And we are even only going for 3. Did I miscount the striker spells? No, there's 4. Okay, but we are choosing to only go for 3. Ooh, is that a ghost spell? That would be massive. No? Okay. Alright, goodbye, Camellia. Hello, Ray. Will you ever try for Duel Links again? Possible. Yeah, I'm keeping up with Duel Links a little bit. I'm doing my missions. I'm grinding my gems. If there's a format that I like, then maybe. I thought the Duel Links qualifier was interesting. I didn't hate it. It was still difficult, of course, because it was for 3 days straight, but it was interesting. Oh, holding Ghost Spell for Kagari is interesting. I think Ghost Spell on that Lemnis Gate was very tempting. Zero Pop the Rose seems very good for me here, because that means they can't go into their own Link 2. Banishing the second Lemnis Gate. Banishing the and surely they don't play 3. So the second Lemnis Gate being banished means that they are basically giving up on the grind game. They're saying like, you're down to 500 life points. I'm gonna try to end the game next turn. If the game goes longer than that, then I will eventually run out of extra deck. Which is a statement. Crashing the Kagari to bring back Ray. Ray can still tag out, so we still get to go into 0 here. This is where them making, like, banishing the Lemnis Gate to put out an attack position monster might actually come back to bite them here. Because if they had just put both of these in defense mode, there was nothing to crash the Kagari into. And now, like I said, they gave up on both of their Lemnis gates, so if this gets into a grind game, they will lose this. They need to finish this game soon. Otherwise, they will just run out of cards. Oh, the Rose comes back in the end phase, blocking off their face downs potentially. No way to activate that Widow Anchor that they just added. Was it Widow Anchor? Yeah, it was Widow Anchor. The Widow Anchor is not live right now. Chain 0-2. Oh, top deck Widow Anchor on the other side. The card in hand is Engage. And now it's just wall up. But do they have a Hayate on the other side? The Hayate is not in the graveyard, so they do have it. They might be able to walk away with it. It's like one of the face downs is a Widow Anchor. The big question now is what's the other one? What is the other face down? Can the other face down stop the Hayate? Or not? Here it is. They have something that's activatable. It could just be Ray though. It could just be Ray. Imagine there's a Kaina. That'd be crazy. Yeah, Ray tag out into Kaina to stop the Hayate from attacking. That'd be peak. They still have Widow Anchor. Yeah, but they can't use it because they have monsters in the main monster zone. Battle phase. Now they can tag out with Ray and then use their own Lemnis. Oh, it's Droplet. Okay, that's going to stop it. We're going to be here for a while, gamers, but I have no issue with that. One Kagari, two Kagari, three Kagaris in the graveyard. They're running out. They don't have a Kagari anymore and no more Lemnis gates. They are running out because of banishing the second Lemnis gate. No longer can they do anything. Oh, and I think they are just slightly short, man. It was a very long match, but I'm all here for it, man. There was a lot of interesting back and forth here, and ultimately it comes down to the decision of banishing both Lemnis gates and running out of extra deck here for the Sky Striker player at the top here. We held the Widow Anchor in hand. That's also kind of peak. We held the Widow Anchor in hand, so now we can take the Kagari. We can take the Kagari with the Widow Anchor, and now we have the option to go into a Link 2. There's only 2 zeros in the graveyard. If we play multiple zeros, we can make another one. Otherwise, we'll have to make like Camellia or something else. SP Little Knight, also not bad. How many Rays? All 3 Rays are in the graveyard. Wait, if all 3 Rays are in the grave and 1 Rose is in the grave and a Rose is banished, maybe they don't have another engine piece. They still have linkages in the deck though. They have linkages. They can add linkage, maybe Hornet Drones. Here's Engage, added back off of Kagari last turn. Here's linkage. No. The Engage was added back with the Kagari last turn. Be very funny if they win. I think they do win now. I think the player on the top is just out of resources now. I think 400 life points or 9,000 life points, it doesn't matter, I don't think. I think they've outgrinded their resources just better. Because the player at the top is out of Kagari's and out of Lemnis Gates now. And the Lemnis Gates are both banished, so there's no way to get him back. Yep, and just like that, completely out of cards. Is this game? No, this is not game. Unless there's another linkage in hand that I don't know about. This is not game. All right, Zeke set 2 pass. Can we get a miracle? Is there engages left? 1 engage. There's 2 engages in the deck technically. 1 in 9 chance. Nope, Ash Blossom. Do you play Typhon? They do play Typhon. Okay, but that doesn't really do anything, does it? Because I technically, if it attacks, but well, there's no way. There's no way. No. No, right? We have something. There's literally, I refuse. Okay, I was like that. No. 50. After all that back and forth, we really have to give Typhon another loss, huh? We really have to give Typhon another loss. He didn't deserve that. Come on. Come on. Oh god. Yeah, I love that match. That was awesome. That was awesome, but it took a long time. It took a long time. This was the first set. This was the first set of games. And the score is RTR wins here. Goal C wins here. Okay, so it's 2-1. But they have this game was 35 minutes, I think. And now they have less than 25 minutes for 2 more games. Which is kind of rough, because like that's the crazy thing about this. Something like this happening in a 3 versus 3, both of your teammates and the other teammates from the other team also, they just have to wait for you to finish. They're just all sitting there and wait. Okay. Can they help you mid-game or not? At Master Duel Worlds, you can talk with each other, yeah. And I mean, for this Challenger Cup as well, yeah, of course. Ooh, Quem plus Fallen of the White Dragon is a phenomenal opener for Branded, but Maxi is very good against that. No Ash, no called by. Maxi resolves. That is going to hurt a lot. I think that using Quem to bring back the Cartesia here was reasonable, and then just passing after, because the Cartesia being on the field would be nice. You can also just leave it in grave though and bring it back on the opponent's turn with Quem. Maybe that's fine too. But it looks like they have Fallen and the Virtuous in hand. Or set now, because they are going for Retribution. But they're adding back the Cartesia. Okay. That's interesting. I really feel like you would want that in the graveyard to bring back with Quem. Don't know how I feel about that. Because now what does your Quem do? Unless the set is super poly, but if the set is super poly, why are we not going for Fallen and the Virtuous? Because the weirdest part about Branded Retribution here is that it's not even live right now. As long as we only have one Albion in the graveyard, it's not live. It is super poly, but why Retribution then? It's a strong super poly, to be fair. A very strong super poly. But we did resolve the mix to search Rotary. So we can at least extra normal summon. So they're not out of it. And we have JJ. Okay, hold up. You know what would be really good here? The Fall and the Virtuous. Because the Retribution actually does nothing here. It'll just get popped probably by Rico. I mean, you can go Cartesia, but what can Cartesia even fuse into? Did we draw another Fallen of Albaz? Fallen of the White Dragon? That would be ideal here, because if not, this is not an interruption. The Cartesia is only an interruption if we have an Albaz. Okay, we did draw the OG Fallen of Albaz. All right. That's really good, because you can go Mirror Jade, send Rindbrum, and then revive the Fallen of Albaz. That's really good. Or, yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, if you didn't draw this one, but rather a Fallen of White, you could still go Rindbrum on the Fallen of the White Dragon and then go Ecclesia into the OG. But okay. When are you going to do a Master Duel banlist prediction? I don't know. The Master Duel Forbidden and Limited list feels less special in terms of content creation, because we get one every month. And like with the TCG, it's more like, oh, we all like wait for this moment every like 6 months or 5 to 6 months or whatever. And everyone is like, oh, what is going to happen this time? In Master Duel, we just get like every month we get like 2 to 3 changes, rarely more. And it's like, I don't know, doesn't feel like something I want to predict every time. But I could make a video on like what I would change in Master Duel if I could make the ban list myself, which would probably be bigger than 2 to 3 cards, I guess. What do you think of Mercurier? Do you need to include Gold Sarcophagus as well? I think Mercurier is fine to play. It's not like bad. I personally like shaving down the engine requirements in Branded, so I've been playing without it in my lists. But I do think if you decide to play it, then you might as well play Gold Sarcophagus, because why not? Because Gold Sarcophagus is only ever bad then if you draw it together with Mercurier, which can happen. But I think it's a good enough card to warrant playing, like just another starter essentially. I think is worth it if you decide to play Mercurier. I think the question shouldn't be whether you play Gold Sarcophagus or not. I think the question should be, do you play Mercurier or not? And if you play Mercurier, I think you should play Gold Sarcophagus. Is how I would go about it. Does Master Duel even need a list right now other than the revolutionary list that gets a lot of like generic stuff out there? I think Master Duel, like in terms of raw numbers, I think Master Duel is doing fine in terms of balancing. I think there's no deck that's like completely outrageously strong in Master Duel. But yeah, you're right. There's like a lot of like generic stuff that I would personally change if I could make those decisions. But in terms of just balancing, I think it's not too bad. Which is kind of similar to where the TCG is at right now. Just with the TCG has slightly less of those generic cards. Slightly less. Not much, but slightly. Branded is probably the deck that they should hit the most in Master Duel. Yes, Branded is the, I think, strongest deck probably in the format right now. How do you hit Branded without consistency hits? I think there are ways. The question is, are they going to go those ways in Master Duel? Because typically they tend to hit consistency in Master Duel a lot. Doesn't Rolag keep your Branded in check when it comes out? Well, I mean, it hasn't come out yet, and we don't know when it will. But yes, it's good against Branded. But I don't think that alone is enough. Do you think they will ever hit Branded in general? I mean, yeah, why not? Why would you not? Wait, what just happened? Oh! They activated Retribution, and then in order to fulfill the effect of Retribution, they tried to shuffle back their unaffected dragon that devours the dogma, which you cannot do. It was unaffected, so the Retribution didn't negate the Cool Tune Synchro. That's funny. They still had Mercurier for the Cool Tune clip in hand, though, so they still win. But that's something to learn, I guess. Keep in mind, you can't do that. Which, like, that barely ever matters, because usually you try to shuffle stuff back from the graveyard anyways with the Retribution. But yes, the dragon that devours the dogma is unaffected from all cards, not just your opponent. And now we are, this is Branded against Sky Striker, so I'm just respectfully gonna click the speed up button because they've got 10 minutes left in the round. And they still have to play a third game after this, unless one of the teams wins 5 games. Do you think Branded is stronger than Cool Tune in Master Duel right now? I think so, yes. But I also just like it more, so maybe I'm biased a little bit. But I think so, yeah. Oh, wow. Wait, is this game? Oh, Talons and Magnum mode is chained. But the Magnum mode is in attack mode. 18, 25. Oh, the grind going all in graveyard though for Skinian. Yep. Crash, bring out Ray. Zeke. Well, that was interesting, but I think ultimately Branded walks away with it now. You think Striker is going to be hit on the next list? In Master Duel maybe, but in TCG I don't think so. Maybe slightly. I could see like an engaged 2 or 1, and maybe they'll do like a drive-by hit with something like Radiant Typhoon Vision or Pot of Desires or Fallen into Virtuous. Just ban drones. Yeah, but banning drones is not a Sky Striker hit, right? That's hitting other decks using Sky Striker engines, but that's not a hit that's targeted at Sky Striker. So that could happen, but I don't think that is something. When we talk about Sky Striker hits, that's not what I mean. That affects other decks way more than Sky Striker. Like Hornet drones is, I mean, some people play it in Sky Striker, but it's not important. Kagari to 2 is a fair hit. Kagari to 2 is a fair hit. Yeah, they could do that if they wanted that. Like, they could do Kagari and 0 to 2, both of them. I think that'd be fine. I mean, I don't think it matters that much, but I mean, people do play 3 copies for a reason. So I think it's reasonable. I mean, Quantal, I know that's like that's a whole different discussion. I personally also think there is a very distinct difference between Branded and Sky Striker in that, like, yes, both decks are very good in the grind game, but I do think Branded is I think it's easier to argue for branded hits than Sky Striker hits. I think branded is definitely a deck that deserves to get hit. I think Sky Striker is arguable. I personally wouldn't hit it, but I can see why people want hits on it. But if anything, I would say slight hits for Sky Striker. All right, and with that, they have to go into another set of games with 4 minutes left. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. What's the score? Dude, the score is I think 3-3. I think the score is 3-3, and you have 4 minutes left. I don't know Banter Life. I don't know that. What is the time limit rules? The time limit rules in Challenger Cups are pretty much always as soon as time is called, the player with more life points wins. The only thing I don't know exactly is how it works in a 3 versus 3. I would assume that all the games end on the spot by who has more life points. And then you just see what the score is. Which is also that is a key difference between today's tournament and the World Championship next weekend. At least for those of you that didn't know, the World Championship doesn't use an overtime system. At the World Championship, you just play until the game is done. In theory, the matches at Worlds could be very, very long. Because it's just like, of course you have your in-game timer. Like if your in-game timer runs out, you lose. But you don't have overtime rules in that sense. Which I think is good. I think that's a good thing. Of course, it can mean that sometimes a game can go very, very long. But I think it's at the World Championship level, I think that is very good. Ooh, honestly, I don't agree with this. It's a cool self super poly and all that, but come on, just set super poly and pass. Your opener is very good. Why would you spend a super poly like this? Why do you think Konami hasn't created separate categories for TCG, OCG? Well, I mean, because it's the World Championship. And the World Championship, it's supposed to have everyone in the world. I think that's why. I meant in Master Duel in general. Wait, well, what's your question? Your question is why Master Duel doesn't have like separate TCG and OCG format? I don't know the answer to that. I think it's just because they decided to do that in the very beginning to have its own format. Which is something I've just had to come to terms with now. Like, I mean, this game is now, when did it come out? 4 years ago? So, it's just what it is now. Because in the beginning, I would sometimes still think like, oh, it's just going to be a matter of time until they make it like, you know, best of 3 and you can play whichever format you want. But it just seems like they don't want it to be that. Okay, so we we have a Secretarion Dragon on the board now, but we don't have a Super Poly on the board now, which I don't know what's better. I personally feel like maybe have it, and now we don't even have the Secretarion Dragon on board. Okay, we just Super Poly to put Super Poly in the grave. I mean, hey, if sometimes maybe you want Super Poly in the grave. I don't know, maybe you just have a desire to have Super Poly in the graveyard. Seventh Tachyon. Okay, you don't see that often anymore. Next, Ryziel. And once again, we see a branded player going for branded Retribution instead of Fallen and the Virtuous. And that's just a free pop for Valon. Yep. Guys, I know branded Retribution has the word negate on it. I know, I understand, but Fallen and the Virtuous does so much for this deck. Just go for, if you have the choice between the two, unless you know exactly what the matchup is and you're convinced that Retribution is super important, go for Fallen and the Virtuous. That card does so much for Brandon. And there goes the Retribution. Why even play Retribution? No, Retribution is very good still. Retribution is a very, very good card. You definitely should play it, but then like a lot of the times you're going to get both of them. But if you have to choose between the two, very often I think Fallen into Virtuous is better. Like 80% of the time. You think Ra will be meta? I think Ra will be like a tier 2 to tier 3 strategy. I don't think it's meta, but I think it's good enough to play. I think we'll see people mess around with it and maybe get like regional tops with it, maybe a YCS top. I don't think it's like best deck of the format material. I think it's okay. I think it's an interesting deck. Lunalight level? It doesn't strike me as a Lunalight type of deck because I think it's less reliable going first. I think there's going to be some like blind second Ra approaches where you just try to immediately OTK with the unaffected fusion monster. Can you watch the other games? It's time. It actually is overtime. You are right. So the first damage here just wins. Why did we wait with this until they made detonator? Probably pop Albaz, yep. Can you explain why Memento had a worse win rate than Malice going second at last Worlds, even though it has better pushes? Because Malice has the best non-engine in the game by far. The only thing is like, does this match, does this game even matter? Is the weird question. But I do think ultimately, I think Mitsurugi is gonna do damage here first. If I had to guess, because like now you're just gonna summon Murakumo, and then what? How do they prevent you from attacking them? I feel like a set Super Poly. I'm not saying we could have had one. Of course, this is a completely fictional scenario in which we have a Super Poly here on the side of Branded. Don't interpret too much into that. But in theory, if we had a Super Poly face down, I think that would have been pretty good. Did we not activate Murakumo? We did not activate Murakumo. Okay. Also a 50% chance Super Poly got popped in the beginning, which is literally better for you, because then you get to keep Retribution against the Mitsurugi deck and chain Super Poly to turn the Ice plus your Spawn of the White Dragon into Albion into Mirror Jade. Like, literally even better. Are these fan replays? No, this is a tournament we're watching right now. This is a 3 versus 3 Challenger Cup. Is this the final round for day 1? No, we've got 2 more after this. This is round 4. We've got 6 rounds in total. We're doing... It's 6 rounds of Swiss, and then top 8 is tomorrow. Also live on this channel, same time as today. We're doing the top 8 of this tournament tomorrow. Okay, now still same question. What is stopping Mitsurugi from just going Murakumo, destroy the board, attack? And you might say, oh, they have a Rindbrum in the graveyard, but Rindbrum doesn't do anything because they have one more Detonator pop. They have one more Detonator pop for the Albaz, so... Imagine they just like take 800 for prayers now. Yep, and I think that's it. I don't see how you stop all of these attacks. Like, you can stop some, but not all. There's no way. We're trying still. Is Ryziel Mitsu still a meta deck? I mean, define meta. It's no longer in like the top 5, but it's playable still. All right, come on, do damage. Come on, no. Oh man. They just won't go down. Can they do something else? No, okay. No, God, oh, dude. Ah. Okay. Which team won that? Wait, they lost? But the team still won, I think, unless I miscounted. Goal C, 4. Did this, wait, who was that? Was that game, was it 4-4 or was it? Because I thought it was 3-3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. The other game might be on the other page. Okay. It is first to 5 points. Yeah, it's first. I'm just not sure. I thought it was 3-3, which would mean that Team Goal C advances. But I guess we'll see in a moment. Because I don't think we're going to go on a break screen this time around, because that was way into overtime. So we're just going to go right into the next round. Yep, indeed. Let me just adjust. This is no longer round 4. Now it is round 5. And I'm resetting the score. Back to 0-0. And we gotta join a new room. Okay. Everyone else, by the way, this match went like 15 minutes into overtime. Everyone else just waiting for these people. Which is crazy. All right, let me check. For this round number 5, we currently have 3 teams, only 3 teams remaining completely undefeated in the tournament right now, which is Team Goal C, which we just saw, Team NFS, and Team T2, which T2 is Nicky Boy, Quantal, and Bronas. And Team NFS is Simoti, Fireman, and Kate Shea Kongnap. Let me see if I can find one of these in this room. Does not look like it. It shows 2-0. Oh, it shouldn't. Oh yeah, there was a visual bug. Let me fix that. Here we go. Thank you. Goal C won. Yes, Goal C won. Goal C did win. All right, and now let's just see here. We've got Team PGB versus Team STEC, which is... These teams are 1-3 and 2-2. Here we've got VC3 against Rev, who are 2-2 and 2-2. Yama versus RS, which are 2-2 and 2-2. And these don't have team names. Let's go into that. All right, we've got Musa going first here on the top. 40 versus 43. Oh. That cannot be good. That can't be good. And it is another branded. We've seen so much branded lately. And we add branded in high spirits. We activate branded in high spirits. There is an Ash Blossom. Where can you see the decks? You can't see them anywhere. The players have submitted them, but they are not public during the tournament. This is so the rules are slightly different from the World Championship, but it is shared card pool, yes, with deck submission as well. But it is only 3 shared cards and only 1 deck per player, not 2 decks. How can you participate in this tournament in the future? You can go ! I think Challenger Cup. There's a Discord server in which they host these tournaments for free. And you can join via Discord. It's relatively self-explanatory in the Discord server. They will post announcements when the tournaments are happening. And then you join a dedicated Discord server for each individual tournament and sign up in there, and then you get to play. And they're all free. Okay, not much happened, honestly. We had Ash Blossom for the branded in high spirits, and they passed on nothing. And now the question is, do we go summon Quem for a draw in the end phase, or do we just add? I think, honestly, adding is fine, because they didn't have a play last turn, so giving them a draw here is very dangerous. Where can we watch Worlds? Well, I mean, there's going to be a live stream, but on the Konami channels. But you can also watch. I will also be live covering the World Championships, so you can also just come here next week. Ooh, Mystical Space Typhoon, Radiant Typhoon, huh? Radiant Typhoon. We didn't open any starters in Radiant Typhoon. Not having alt art branded card hurts me. I don't know. Yeah, the alt art Aluber is pretty cool, but the OG art Aluber is also pretty cool. I think branded has just good artworks no matter what. I think they're all fine. Okay, Varurun. Max C. Huh? Max C, huh? Understood. I mean, honestly, this might be the end of the turn anyways. It might just be Mystical Space Typhoon, Varurun, pass. The question is that enough? Probably not, because they got Fallen of the White Dragon now. In 60 or 40? Neither, it's 43. Branded usually doesn't do 60 anymore, now with Fallen of the White Dragon. I mean, they still can. Albalanatus gets negated by Varurun, because that's free. It's only the end phase, and it's once per turn, so might as well. Pass over. We do know that there is a Fallen of the White Dragon in hand and a Branded in High Spirits for follow-up, so Branded is looking good here. Two of the top 10 rated last month with 60 card Branded. Okay, well, you don't see it very often, let's say, in like 3 versus 3s because you're taking more shared cards away from other players if you play 60 cards, so it doesn't happen as often. Because when you go from 40 to 60 with Branded, you're jamming in some more engine, but you're also jamming in some more like board breakers, like usually like Talons, Thrust, Super Polys, Droplets, and stuff like that, and still play Charmies. And if you take all of that away from other decks in a 3 versus 3 shared cards pool, that's difficult to deal with, I think. And quite frankly, the payoff isn't even that high for going 60 cards now in Master Duel. I mean, unfortunate bricked hand there from Radiant Typhoon. What are you gonna do? It happens. It happens. How did the other game go? Justinian. So the thing is, I don't know which side these players are on because they didn't put their team names into the thing. That makes it very hard for me to to keep up with the score. Okay, well, I know that this Radiant Typhoon player is probably on the other team than the other Radiant Typhoon player. Oh, we've called by the grave on Droll and Lockbird. Which wonderful interaction. Okay. Dude, you don't even know who to root for when it's called by the grave against Droll and Lockbird. It's always like, I'm on the edge of my seat. I don't know who I want to win. It's like when Ash Blossom is used on Max C. I don't know. I don't even know what to feel. Is it fine because minus times minus is plus? Probably. This is so strong. Invoker does so much. Search Ram. Utopic Draco Future. Normal summon Ram. Make Chakanine. Chakanine, detach Ram, revive Ram. Make Trident. Trident, revive Chakanine. Overlay in... This is so much. Tiger Mortar, give a material back to... This makes Saryuja plus Draco Future. Yep, that's pretty good. I'm not okay. We'll be fine. Maybe Saryuja needs to go back to the ban list. Saryuja was never on there, was it? I mean, I know Saryuja is or was limited at some point in the TCG, I think. Maybe it was at one in Master Duel as well. I will make the argument though. I think the Saryuja that matters the most is the first one. Like, as long as you have one, that's all you need in like 99% of its use case. Well, that's a board. Sorry, yugioh was at 1 on Master Duel release. Okay, interesting. I don't remember that. But I don't remember that because it doesn't really matter that much. Okay, it's branded, but this time it's branded Draco Tail. Alright, negated Ketu, negated Aluber, negated Maxi, and that's that. Negated Fallen and the Virtuous. Alright. Well then. I don't know if the score is 2-1 or 3-0 right now. I do not know. Yo. Look who's back. Oh. There was an Ash for the player going second. This changes everything. Can still make the Ecclesia synchro here. Is the game frozen? Yeah, I was wondering why nothing happened, but they were. I guess they were thinking about whether they wanted to fuse or synchro summon. They decided to go for fuse. Ooh, and that, I mean, that is better into Harmonia, I think. Because if you go for the Ecclesia synchro and you get Harmonia, that completely cancels out. You lose both bodies, essentially. Now you just lose the Cartesia. I guess it depends on whether they can still perform a fusion summon or not. Because this might be very bad. Yeah, they sent Malong just in case they can still fuse, I guess. Best case scenario is having like a second Cartesia in hand, because then you can still make a Gran. Or an Albaz in hand would be fine too. But it would have to be Fallen of Albaz, the OG, because they don't have Fallen of the White Dragon, of course. Oh, they do have Fallen of Albaz and Ecclesia, so they make Albion the Branded Dragon. So the Malong is very heads up here. The Malong is actually really, really strong in response to this. Do they play Lubellion? They do, but they have to discard the last card in hand. They're down to no cards. Last card in hand is Fuba, so I guess you don't care about losing that. And now the question is, I mean, we are set up for some grind game, but we have basically nothing else. If Branded survives the next turn, it is completely fine. But if not, then it's rough. That was a good Harmonia Ash combo, yeah. Would have gone for Quem instead. What, like with the... in the end phase, like sending a Titanic Clyde instead of an Albion? I don't know. Okay, it is Cool Tune. Cool Tune. Did we set Fallen at the I think Fallen at the Virtuous is better. Because you can go Fallen at the Virtuous, send Rindbrum. And then Rindbrum is another interruption. Oh. We let them go into RS though. Why do we let them go into RS? Quem send Kit, revive White. White summoned OG. Add OG Ecclesia, add FNV. Yeah, if they play, yeah, you're right. If they play OG, if they play Tri-Brigade Springin's Kit, which most people are, then that would have worked. Yeah, that's true. Now there still is the Rindbrum interruption. And if this Albaz resolves, then I think they win the game. And I think if it doesn't resolve, then they lose the game. I think it all comes down to this one interaction. And I think they can go for it now, actually. Because, I mean, extra normal summon effect veiler is a sign of weakness. And at this point, like, if the last card in hand is a Ghost Ogre or a Ghost Bell or an Ash Blossom, I think it doesn't matter when you go for the thing. So you might as well do it as early as possible. I don't see a reason not to. Or Harmonia as well. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to... There's something. Oh, it might be Harmonia. It might be Harmonia, and I think they're saving it for the best spot. I think it's a second Harmonia. What are you gonna do? I mean, honestly, you could play around it. Maybe. Harmonia. I think, I will say, I think there's a world in which you play around this by just summoning, like, and not activating, and just hope that the bodies you have make you survive. Maybe. Because maybe with those 3 bodies on the board, maybe Cool Tune can't go for game. Yeah, it'd be better to go OG Ecclesia, no effect. You're right. Surviving is more important than interrupting here. I mean, don't get me wrong. If there was no response window, I would have gone for the Albaz as well. But just because, like, here's the thing, right? The opponent had a toggle window when the Albaz activated. So that indicates a response in hand. But if it was Ash or Bell or something else, they would have used that on the Albaz, like, or on the Rindbrum if it was one of those cards. So it's not those. So what's left at that point? It could be Ghost Ogre, it could be Harmonia. Or it could be Cool Tune Synchro, but Cool Tune Synchro is unlikely because they would have played differently. They wouldn't normal summon Veiler. So I think it was a fair read to expect the Harmonia or Ghost Ogre there. And now that's game. And I don't know if it was game if we had more bodies, but I mean, maybe it was still game. It probably was. It probably was game no matter what. Yeah, I mean, look, they can go attack, use Cool Tune Synchro in battle phase to make B2B. Yeah, this is definitely still game, even if they didn't use it. So I don't think it makes a difference. Ultimately, I don't think it makes a difference. Okay. Is the match over? Let me check. Nick, Artoria, Justinian. Justinian won, so that's, I think, 3-1. Artoria lost. 3-2. Artoria won. Nick won. Justinian. Yeah, it's 5-2. 5-1. Justinian. Artoria. I think they won 5-1. I think I miscounted. Or are they going to play again? No, I don't think they play again. I think it's 5-1. Oh, they are going to play again. I was wrong. Then it's 4-2. It's either 4-2 or 5-1. But it's hard to count because they didn't put their team names in the thing. No, it's got to be 2-4. Yeah, it's 2-4. They have to play again. also have to feed Charlie. He's complaining. So I'm just waiting for them to start so I can open up a game for you guys to watch and then quickly go feed Charlie. Because he's sitting there and waiting. Just looking at me. Okay, they switched sides now, so now it is... I gotta reverse the score. Here we go. Alright, I'll quickly go spell Charlie, and then... spell Charlie, feed Charlie. You spell it the... No, we spell it like this. None of the ones you sent. Because also 1 and 3 are the same. Anyways, I'm gonna go feed Charlie. I'll be right back. Okay, what have I missed? Oh! Uh-huh. 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 Interesting. Shifter plus rat tier. And what did we ash? We ashed... the rat peer effect to summon another rat peer? But they just make another Zodiac XYZ on top and do it again. They thought there was a choke point here. That's funny. Okay, why are we going... What do you think? Why we're going for more summons before we make the Utopic Draco future? Do we just expect nobody to play Nibiru? Do you guys... How do you guys feel about this, like, next week at the World Championship? Do you think no one is going to play Nibiru? Because right now, I see it almost nowhere. No one? My personal expectation would be that we're not going to see much Nibiru at Worlds, but I think there is an argument to be made to maybe have it in the side deck, not side deck, in the secondary deck. Like, let's say your primary deck is like, I don't know, your first deck is branded and like you're not going to play Nibiru in that, but then maybe you play like a secondary deck that it's meant to like counter certain like combo decks in the format. You might throw Nib into that. But I don't know what deck you would be trying to counter with Nibiru, because it's not it wouldn't be good against Striker, it wouldn't be good against Cool Tune, wouldn't be good against Branded. I mean, I guess it would just be like like Malice or something. I think Nib is still good against. Or Yummy, maybe. Or, like, I don't know. Maybe something like that. It's good against second decks. Yeah, that's my thought process too. Like, maybe you just want... Just in case someone brings something crazy, right? Just in case someone... Because people do this. This is something... If you look at the last 3 years in Master Duel, you will find people play crazy decks as their secondary decks. Like, people have played multiple different, like, FTKs at Worlds... and stuff like that as their secondary decks, just to like cover for like a very specific situation. Like, people have played like literally Ryan Yu played Arcana Force FTK last year. People played Super Heavy Samurai FTK the year before that. People played Gimmick Puppets last year. Like that is something that happens. Like the Worlds format, people get very creative, rightfully so. Like, I think it's correct to do this at Worlds. I think like a lot of people have this idea of if you bring two decks to Worlds, you're trying to bring like 2 really good decks. But that's not how it works at the World Championship, because you don't have to play both of your decks. Like, you're not forced. Like, if it's like multiple games, you don't have to switch between games. You can play the same deck the entire tournament if you want to. So I think it's much better to have a very solid first deck and then just have your second deck be more specific for like a certain situation. I think that's way better than having like 2 balanced decks. And I think having like a Nibiru in a secondary deck to prepare for some crazy stuff, I think is okay. Maybe. Or a second deck that can nearly guarantee a 50-50. Yeah, I mean, but that's technically what these decks also are, right? Like an FTK deck, or that's why I played Stun last year. Was that your thought process when you brought Labyrinth to Worlds? My Labyrinth deck in 2024 was a counter to Yubel. Pretty much. The Labyrinth deck I played at Worlds in 2024 had an almost guaranteed win against Yubel. And the Yubel matchup for most other decks was like kind of 50-50. And so I just built an anti-Yubel Labyrinth deck. If I was at Worlds, I would share Radiant Typhoon Vision. I think that is a possibility, but I also think now that it's semi-limited, I think that becomes less likely. It is semi-limited, right? I'm not making that up. Someone said that earlier, and I kind of just ran with it, but I think I remember that too. I think they did that. So, I mean, the thing is, Radiant Typhoon Vision is a good card that multiple decks can play, but how important is it really to have it in another deck that isn't Radiant Typhoon or Sky Striker, right? So like, yeah, Branded can play it, or like other decks can play it, but the only deck in which you really want it is Sky Striker and Radiant Typhoon. And so unless you want to play both of those decks together, then you don't need to share it, I think. It's only 2 copies per team? Yes. Unless you pick it as a shared card. So the way that the shared card pool works at the World Championship is that essentially you all have one card pool. So you have, as an example, 3 copies of Infinite Impermanence across all 6 decks. Unless you pick Infinite Impermanence as a shared card, in which case everyone can play 3 Impermanence in each of their decks. Is Shifter in Cool Tune good? No. Shifter is not good in Cool Tune, I don't think. Shifter is very good against Cool Tune. How many shared cards? This year it's 5. The last 3 World Championships always had 3 shared cards, so that's the format that I'm used to. I'm used to 3 shared cards. I thought about the implications of having 2 more, but I'm not quite sure how exactly it's going to play out. I'm curious how many shared Fallen into Virtuous there will be. I think some. I think Fallen into Virtuous is going to be a shared card. Five times 3 are only 5 copies. No, you can five individual cards you can select that are excluded from the shared card rule. So you can select Ash Blossom, and then everyone gets to play 3 Ash everywhere. You can select Imperm, you can select Fualos, you can select Call by the Grave, and another one, for example. People are going to share Maxi at 1. I think some people are going to share Maxi at 1, and I think it makes sense. I mean, typically you try to share a card that is efficient, like a 3 of, but I think with 5 shared cards, I actually think Maxi makes the cut in most lineups with how powerful the card is. Because there's also one thing you got to think about when you select your shared cards is like, I think, what is the best card that makes me win against the best players in the world? And I think Max C is one of those cards. Like with Max C, you can win against anyone in the world that you have to play against. And I mean, at Worlds, you do play against the best players in the world. So Max C being there is important, I think. So yeah. How often does it resolve is the issue? Yes, but like, let's just talk through this like scenario, right? If let's say you select a different shared card instead of Max C, and then you're going second against one of the best players in the world, and they go first, they open combo and they open Ash Blossom. Do you think that you beat, like, I don't know, Jesse Cotton if he goes first with a strong deck and opens Ash Blossom if you have another card in your hand? Like, how often do you think you'll beat Jesse Cotton at Worlds going second with when he has Ash or Called by the Grave in hand? Like, not very often. Driver! No, not the driver into the Saryuja zone. What is this? I'm not ready to face a 2800 driver. 2500 driver is scary enough. How much damage do we have on the board? 9,400. Not enough yet. See, that shifter hurt even more because they had effect veilers, which they couldn't use. And we use Zalen as well. Just to get rid of the body. Barrage probably has no target, right? Maybe they play a Ram that they can summon, because there's no banished Ram. So maybe the Barrage actually does turn into another body here. Yep. Okay, we have to trade. I trade you, my driver, against your Zalen. Do you accept? Well, you don't have a choice. All right, well, I mean, they live. They live. Do they draw like an out to this situation? Maybe, oh, 1900 SP. Maybe draw a Q here? Nope. Nope. Not a Q. And it had to be Q because like Rico or Mix or something wouldn't do it because SP checks those. So. All right. Radiant Typhoon Zodiac takes down the cool tune here with a little bit of help from the good old Dimension Shifter, and that does give the win. That does give the win to I forgot the team abbreviation, but NSJ. NSJ was the team name. Okay. We do have another match still going on. I have no idea what the score is here, but let's check in with Axe versus Shimmer here. I feel like we've seen a lot of Draco Tail decks today, but not a lot of Draco Tail, like actual Draco Tail gameplay. I feel like a lot of it has boiled down to Branded did a lot of the work for these Draco Tail decks. So let's see if this game is any different. So far, we're doing mainly Draco Tail things. Branded does carry Draco Tail, yeah. I mean, to be fair, since Draco Tail has been hit, like Draco Tail was a capable deck on its own. All right, Draco Tail Flame, but we have Fallen the Virtuous to dodge it, and all of a sudden, it's looking grim already for Draco Tail. Cool Tune Q gets responded to with 5 mana immediately. Ah, because we have a Mululu in hand now. Okay. But that means... Okay, they're just going for a Rotary, but that Rotary is a one-of and is getting popped from this pan. So the question is... Which one do we pop? We pop Rotary. We bounce Q. Now, do they have an extender here? They have Duelist Genesis. That does extend with Synchro Overtake. Pretty good. Oh, do you know what's funny? Do you know what's really funny? And I'm not sure if this is a mistake or not. but they actually could have played around this. Because they went for Draco Tail Sting. They could have banished the only tuner from the graveyard. And I think you can make an argument that that was the correct play here, because you cut the number of possible extenders by a decent amount, and Sting is not a great card in this matchup. Right? Well, they have Ash anyways, so that doesn't matter, but I'm just saying that was a possibility. It's always so quick. That was 5 mana and Lucius. We knew that those were in hand though. Wait, why did Arthalion switch sides? Oh, Talon's take. Okay. Oh wait, we played into the Mululu, but we have RS for it. Yeah, that's game. Draco Tail falls. Draco Tail falls. See, that's the thing, right? On the one hand, I love me some pure Draco Tail gameplay without branded cards involved. On the other hand, they often seem to lose when there's no branded cards involved. So, not sure how to feel about that. Hey. Looks like all the games in the room may be finished already. There's like 10 minutes left on the round. Is the whole tourney being played today? Today is the Swiss rounds and tomorrow is the top cut. So this is a 2-day event. We are in round number 5 and it is a total of 6 rounds today, and then tomorrow we're doing top 8. So you're getting another stream tomorrow, same time as today's stream started, for the top 8 of this tournament. Is Emre joining tomorrow? No, Emre is in Japan already, because he's spectating the World Championship. He's not playing in it, but he's there for it. Aren't we all spectating it? Well, I mean, yes, but like he's actually there, like physically. Okay, is anyone else here gonna duel or not? Check the bracket if all the results have been entered. Pretty much. Are we ever getting a new master rule? I don't know. I would not bank on it. Because, I mean, they haven't really changed anything in like, what, 8 years now? When was Master Rule 5? Because Master Rule 4 was 2017, and then they changed it again in like 2019, I want to say. It's actually Master Rule 4 revised. I mean, you know what I mean. The second player gets a 6th card could be decent. I think so too. I agree with that. I think that would be an interesting change. I mean, they did this right in we had a Master Duel event, like a what was it called, a duel trial where they had those rules. I think those were interesting. Yeah. Okay, seems like there's no games going on in this room anymore, which means we should be getting round 6 started relatively quickly. I'm just gonna run quickly to grab some water and maybe a quick dinner because I haven't eaten since we started streaming yet. So we're going on a short break before we start with the last round of Swiss for today. I hope everyone is having a good time so far. Don't forget, we have one more round of Swiss today, and then tomorrow we'll be back with the top 8 of this tournament. So stay tuned for the last round of Swiss. We'll be back shortly. All right, welcome back one final time today for the last round of Swiss before we cut to a top 8 and return tomorrow with the last remaining teams from this tournament. I hope you all had a good time so far in today's Master Duel Challenger Cup. And now we are jumping into our final round of Swiss, and I have selected a so-called bubble match for our feature match this round. These are two teams we've seen previously in the day. However, Both of these teams are currently sitting at a 3-2 record, meaning that the winning team has a chance of making it into the top 8. Not guaranteed, but they have a chance. And the losing team is going to be eliminated guaranteed, because a 3-3 record is not good enough to make it into the top 8, but a 4-2 record could make it. All right, let's jump into this first game over here. And we got Ronov going first on the top of your screen right now, but we do have a Moltrami Perulia on the bottom here from Bowden. And that causes a pass. Well, were they planning to pass anyways, or was the Perulia the reason? Okay, well, Banker Soul Madlove. I mean, chances are that they just couldn't play the game anyways, right? Because which deck really passes the turn because of Perulia? Maybe Ryziel or Radiant Typhoon? Those are like the only two exceptions. Oh, we have Roland Lockbird though. But we kind of played around that by adding the trap, which, I mean, maybe we also just drew the field spell. Possible. Now, the good news about the Roland Lockbird situation is that there were no new cards added to the opponent's hand. So there's a chance that they just can't play the game next turn again. Because, I mean, Vanquish Soul K9 under roll, it's going to be rough to go for game. I mean, maybe we can do more than just Mad Love, but it's going to be rough to go for 8,000 damage. Unless we just have, like, I don't know, Holy Sue, Fire Dark, and, like, Izuna. Because Izuna alone is, what, 4,400 damage? Izuna is 21, Lupus is 23. Okay, we add Mad Love back to hand. Why did we do this before attacking? And the biggest question is, do we have 3 attributes in hand? Because if we do have 3 attributes in hand, then the Vanquish Soul Trap is a very meaningful... We don't even set it. We don't even set the Vanquish Soul Trap? Huh. And if Phimena was picked up, uh-oh. I mean, it's like, if we don't have attributes, right? Then maybe the reasoning for not setting the Vanquish Soul Trap is simply you don't want to lose it to removal. But at the same time, you got to consider that if you set it, your opponent has to kind of maybe play around it. Okay, Arthalion adds back Droll and Lockbird. As well as Phimena. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about adding back Droll over Ash. Maybe they've got double Ash. Is it hard to learn how to play Vanquish Soul K9? I think it's like, it's not that difficult. It's like in the middle of difficulty, I think. It's like the medium range. I think you can do it. You'll have some tricky situations with Vanquish Soul K9, but I think it's... Hardest decks to learn versus easiest? Ooh, I mean, hardest to learn, I think, are either really complicated combo decks, or really grindy decks where you have to make a lot of decisions over a long course of time. So for combo decks, the example would be something like, I don't know, Memento or something like that. And for the grindy decks, it would be something like Branded or Striker. Those are all, I think those are all challenging in different ways. Ritual Beast is one of those as well, yeah. And then easiest is just the ones where, I don't know, stun. Odeon. Which is basically stun. Ooh, Magnamood. But Magnamood, this doesn't work the way they wanted to here, I think. Because you still get to summon with it now. With the Secretarion. The way Secretarion is worded, the summon happens first, and then the bottom placing is the second part. So you still get to summon the other target now. Which still prevents the 5 mana from going on the bottom of the deck, I guess. But it doesn't really change that much. Also, the Magnamood can't activate because Secretarion. Not quite game yet, though. Okay, Verte Anaconda. And now Rahu. I think if this all resolves, it's going to be game. Because we resolve Rahu now, we can bring back our Thalion from the graveyard, and then after we've done that, we can go Verte and make like Mirror Jade or Sanctifier, and that should be enough damage. We're chaining that just to get the response window out of the way, I guarantee you. Like, that's negated, and it's gonna ask you every time, hey, do you want to respond with your negated Rock of the Vanquisher? So I'm pretty sure we just went like, yeah, no, let's just activate that once, get it out of the way, and there we go. And that is that. Draco Tail, Rick's going first, but Droll Lockbird is enough to stop Vanquish Soul in its tracks and turn the game around, which leads us to a win here. Oh, it's a 3-0 lead. A 3-0 lead here in the game for top 8, basically. Pierre losing to Musa, Les losing to Abdo, and DGZB losing to Ronov. They are on the back foot now. 0-3. Gotta turn this around somehow. Otherwise, they will not be in the top 8 tomorrow. Uh-oh. And now players will rotate and we'll get some different matchups in there. So I remember we watched them. I think we watched them in round 1. But Bowden was on Vanquish Soul. Pierre was on Branded. Wasn't Lest on like the yummy Magistus Witchcrafter deck? I kind of want to see what's going on there. Because I feel like that was Lest. I feel like Lest was the one who discarded the yummy field spell for the Witchcrafter Jenny. That this is like 6 hours ago at this point, but I think that was Lest. So let's see if they can turn it around. Let's see what they're cooking. Okay, Ronoff going first. This is Draco Tail, and let's see if they have a play this time around. Normal summon Cartesia. Can we activate it? Or not? You didn't break 2 games in a row, did you? Surely you can activate it. Okay. Ooh. I feel like there's a Phimena in hand for Ronoff, and we thought about like which way do we want to do that. Yeah, Phimena, Urgula. Still, I mean, even under Max C, that's a really respectable hand, I would say. I feel like that's still pretty good. But of course, we are not going to commit too much into that Max C now, I would guess. Probably, I would say just double trap, add both back to hand, and pass. If you want to get... If they have another Draco Tail in hand, they probably would have fused with that too. So I don't know how good... Like, okay, we're going Ketu. Are we going Ketu plus Rahu here? Don't know if I like that. Though I really... I mean, we'll see how it turns out. But because here's the thing, right? We're gonna go Ketu. We add a Draco Tail. We activate Rahu. We get Gulamel, but we still only get 2 traps at the end of it. So we have 2 traps either way, but this way we expose ourselves super hard to Ash Blossom on Rahu. And we give an extra card. For the same amount of traps. The only difference is we have a Gulamel, which... I don't know. Oh, wait. Really? Really? We're gonna activate Rahu and Verte? And now we got Ash on Rahu. Yeah, like I said. Oh, wow. You are aware that you under Max C, right? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. So are you still gonna activate the vertex? Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, my bad. I mean, my bad. Yeah. This is going to happen. Yeah. This could have just been Artesia plus Arthalion plus 5 mana in hand plus 2 Draco Tail Traps. Yes, one of the Draco Tail Traps would have gotten ashed, but the other Draco Tail Trap would have probably resolved, and you had Cartesia and you had 5 mana. And now the opponent has more cards and we have less interruptions. I mean, we still, okay, the Ecclesia into Albaz is good, and the Fallen into Virtuous is also good. It's not like we have nothing now, but the opponent has significantly more cards. And now we got Dominus Sparked as well. Zach. You're gonna summon? Okay, well, I mean, sure. That summon's actually fair enough. That's fair enough. One draw to be able to make Mirror Jade here is probably worth it. I'll give him that. Yummy! Lollipo, target Arthalion. It's pretty neat. Fall into Virtuous. Instantly pop that Lollipo. See if they play Rindbrum. I think Rindbrum would be pretty good here, because once the Fall into the White Dragon hits the graveyard, bring it back. But I mean, they might only be in Draco Tail. Typically I would expect only one copy of Ecclesia, which would definitely be rough. Then Titanic Lad, pop Lollipo, Yummy. Jane, it's Yummy Witchcrafter. It's Yummy Witchcrafter. Add a Witchcrafter spell trap from deck to hand. Add Witchcrafter Creation. Add a Witchcrafter monster from your deck to your hand during your end phase. Okay, just Rhoda. That's good. It creates... Oh, okay, sorry for asking. Yeah. Sorry for asking. My bad. But this is a wind monster, and we played Dominus Spark. Jenny is level 1 and Artemis is link 1. Yeah, I think that is the synergy. I feel like we're just using... But I haven't quite worked out yet if it's more of a Witchcrafter deck that bridges into Yummy, or if it's more of a Yummy deck that just uses some Witchcrafter cards to, like, extend better or something. Because, I mean, this is a pretty good card, whether you're going first and play through interruptions, or you're going second and playing into, like, a board. This is a really good card at just... extending. Even Spark, I think it's Yummy. It so far it feels more like a Yummy deck. Yeah. It feels more like a Yummy deck. Here's Mirror Jade. And we are, of course, because it's a Yummy deck, we are going to try to deal with that Link 1 on the field. There is Rindbrum. And we're gonna banish the Artemis. Are we passing? We're passing! There's no way. There's no way we drew. There's no way this worked, by the way. There's no way that worked. Oh my god. You drew 10 cards or something off of Maxi and Molcharmies and you couldn't play through a pop and a banish? Okay, Pierre won. So it's 4-1. Goes first with Raisin, gets purged. What was Musa playing again? Was that Cool Tune? Oh, we got the Mad Love in hand. The question is, do we have the right attributes to even pull off a Holisu right now? We're adding it, but we can't use it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Molcharmy Wallows. Okay, it's pretty good. Radiant Typhoon. Okay, well, that's better than Cool Tune in this situation, I think. And we've got Crocea. And there is no Ash Blossom. Vanquish Soul has essentially... We've seen Vanquish Soul multiple times today. And it didn't lose every time, but it only won if it got the full combo going first. In a lot of other cases, it just wasn't looking too hot. I think we're going to use Holisu to take here to play around. Never mind. Okay, we are going to give a draw. Fair enough. Is there a droplet? Is that why we're chaining? No. Oh, we're just chaining to get the trap card in rotation. Yeah, I think if you're willing to summon with the Holisu, you probably have to do it before this Link 2 hits the board. Because, like, now they get the trap card, and the trap card can kind of mess you up. You get to pop the Link 2 here, but the Link 2 has already done its thing. Izuna is nice, though. And we chain block the Mystical Space Typhoon with the Vanquish Soul Caesar Valius. There's a second one, though. And that means they get to negate the Izuna. Maybe should have just put the Valius on the board first before the Izuna comes down. So you can just pop the trap. Maybe. But then they can negate the Valius as well. I don't know. No Lupus for you. And now Radiant Typhoon can summon out Varurun to stop the Caesar Valius. With double Mystical Space Typhoon in graveyard even. The only downside is they had to go for this now instead of Phonics. So how do they clear the board? And as a reminder, this is literally a match, like a match winner game for Musa's team. If Musa wins this, they are it's a 5-1 win if they win this. This is peak Yu-Gi-Oh with a lot of interactions. Dude, I miss the times where you can just jam Vanquish Soul without the K9 auto win end board. So good. Uh-oh. They can still normal summon Rat Pier, guys. Yep. Oh wait, no, they are locked into wind though. You're right. They are locked into wind because they used Crocea and Megala already. So not actually that good. You're right. So yeah, if you don't have Phonics here, how do you clear this board? I think the answer might be you can't. You can push one of them into the spell trap zone. Congratulations, but yeah. All right, Holly Sue, Raisin, Lantern are in hand. That is good follow-up, and if we get to start the turn with a big board already, that is definitely something. Okay, decides to destroy it. Is that better than putting it into the spell trap zone against Vanquish Soul? Because I feel like they can't really get it out of there. Am I missing something? I mean, you can, like, there are ways, but it's, like, complicated. Yeah, I think Vanquish Soul, it didn't look too hot in the beginning, but I think it's doing fine here. Right, this is what I mean. Now it's super convenient. You just click add back and you get Valius. I honestly feel like the Vararoon wants to negate this. Because the Valius is forcing the Vararoon anyways if they want to. Yeah, and they win. Okay. So it's going to be a win for Vanquish Soul in this one. And that means that it's not over yet. It is a 4-2 lead, but not a 5-1 win. So we've got one last set. And for Team Pisa, what they will have to do is win every single game here, and they will probably advance into the top 8. If they lose only one of these, they will be eliminated from the tournament. Okay, let's see. Now, what do you guys want to see? From Team Pisa's side, we've got Vanquish Soul, we've got the Yummy Witchcrafter, and we've got the Branded. I kind of want to see the Witchcrafter again. Do you guys want to see the Witchcrafter again? I kind of want to see what that deck does, because so far we haven't really seen it do its thing yet. I really want to see what it's up to. So the matchups, Musa was Radiant Typhoon versus the Yummy deck. We've got Ronov was Ronov Draco Tail? I think so. Draco Tail versus Branded, and Vanquish Soul versus, I don't know what Abdo is using right now. All right, let's go. All right, Musa going first with Radiant Typhoon. With a Radiant Typhoon Vision in the draw phase, gets hit with a Dominus Purge. This Yummy Witchcrafter deck really has an insane amount of interruptions on the first turn. Like Purge, Spark, Charmies, Veilers we saw earlier, Ash of course, but can't use Ash after Purge anymore. But okay, so the Vision has been negated. Is that good enough? Nope, there's a Tenki. Uh-oh. There's a Tenki, and that means there's a Rat Pier or a Swen, depending on what they want. They want Rat Pier. And that is trouble for Lest. Send Ram Ram. Here's a Molcharmi Fualos on resolution. That's technically the best answer to a Rat Pier, I think. And it does resolve. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No Zodiac line for you. That is just not worth it. Oh. Okay. We do go for the Broad Bowl because that, for just one Fuwa draw, will allow us to access the Radiant Typhoon package, but it gets hit with an Effect Veiler. So we say no to the Swen Search. Pretty good. Here's the thing though, is it worth it to give your opponent one draw to make Trident against the Yummy deck? I think so, because like the pop on the normal summon is pretty valuable. Okay, Trident pass like it's 2017 here. Here's Imperm onto the Trident. So it did matter. We do care about that pop, but we do have the Imperm for it. Spell Power Mastery. Add an Endymion card from your deck to your hand. So we add Ver, the Maid of Endymion. And because a spell card was activated, we can special summon this card from the hat. So this is just like a... It's just... I think this is just Yummy with some premium extenders, right? Because this is just... This is just a premium extender. You get interrupted, they remove your body from the board or something. You just go activate this, add this. This can just special summon itself, searches a card on summon, and then turns into the Link 1. So here's Witchcrafter Creation. Activate Witchcrafter Creation. Add Jenny. Which also lets you special summon itself. So this makes, yeah, this card makes a Cupsy Yummy Way without normal summoning. Interesting. I guess this is a break, right? Okay, here we are. Level 1, Link 1. We've been here before. I know what that does. Topsy Yummy Way. Now, at the moment, we don't have any Yummies in graveyard, so something like Imperm or Veiler will work on this. They cannot tag out, but there's nothing. It resolves. Uh-oh. Here's Cupsy. Here's Marshmallow. And we discard Ash Blossom. I mean, we can't use Ash after Purge. Special Cupsy Yummy. Add Yummy Surprise. Activate Marshmallow Yummy as well. But are the Endymion cards really better extenders than just playing like the Azamina package, for example? I mean, they do synergize with Purge, right? Because they are light and wind. So you can play Purge with them, no problem, which wouldn't be the case for the Azamina cards. We saw a little bit of anti-synergy in the previous game with the Dominus Spark, but with Dominus Purge, they still work really well. Here's Herald of the Arclight. Ooh, the new Snatchy. Place minion. Aha. Mystical Space Typhoon, however. Is that worth negating with Herald of the Arclight, I wonder? I mean, you really care about those attack boosts, but at the same time, you kind of got the game under control. Do you really want to risk losing to that last face down or the card in hand? Because, like, Herald of the Arclight, you got the game on lock, basically. We don't have to win this turn, as long as we've got everything under control, I feel like. Oh, we just add back the field spell with the Marshmallow. We don't even add back... We don't add back Surprise. Interesting. Is that enough damage for game? Because we've got Lollipo with brings back 2 Yummy. That's not game, I don't think. That's not game. You would need an additional Yummy. One more Yummy name is going to be game, because we can reactivate the field spell, which is because we have 3 monsters. It's a boost by 4,500. So we don't have enough damage yet. We do need 1 more Yummy in its game, though. Because the Arclight can attack the Trident, no problem. It's big enough. And the other 3 can go directly, but that's not enough. We need 1 more. Did we maybe miscalculate? Because I think if you're not going for game this turn, I think adding back Surprise was much safer for your setup on the next turn. If you're not winning this turn, I think adding Surprise back was better. Yeah, it looks like we're not winning. Okay. We are going to leave Musa on 1,500 life points here. We go to main phase 2. We can make another Snatchy. And it still is a pretty good setup. I'm not gonna lie. It still is a pretty good setup. But was the additional damage really worth not having Surprise face down, is my question. Was that really worth it? End phase Mystical Space Typhoon like it's 2005. Okay. I mean, I doubt the face down card is better than the Herald of the Arclight Omni Negate. But we do chain Lollipo. Bring back Cup C. Bring back the other Cup C. It was Called by the Grave. It really is an overwhelming amount of board presence. Normal summon Molcharmi Fualos. Well then. And you know what? You know what this is, gamers? This is what happens when you take a deck that is basically immune to Molcharmi Fualos and you add an engine that is incredibly weak into Molcharmi Fualos, and then your opponent draws Molcharmi Fualos. You lose. Okay. That is 1 win for Team Pisa. How are the other 2 games looking? Hold up. Oh, Bowden won as well. This is game 9. Game 9. They actually might turn it around depending on how this goes. Vanquish Soul also won. It's 4-4. It's 4-4. Uh-oh. All right, Rodolph going first here. I think this is Draco Tail versus Branded, which is typically a good matchup for Draco Tail, I would say. We have a Fualos. Normal summon Mululu set 1 pass. Okay, we respect the Fuwa. We do not play into it. Radiant Typhoon Vision, discard Fallen and the Virtuous. Normal summon Cartesia. Chain Maxi. Uh-oh. That hurts. That hurts a lot. Cartesia plus Cartesia. Ooh. Makes a grand. Send Albion. Albion effect. Send Retribution. Mululu effect. Goes into an Arthalion, presumably at end of main phase. We loop the Maxi back to hand. We use Mululu. Fallen and the Virtuous is added back. Can we go for a game here somehow after all this? We've normal summoned already. Seems hard. But yeah, being able to loop Maxi back to hand is so strong. We do get a Priskinian. But there's an Ash Blossom now as well. Negates the Nadir Servant. Activate Talents. Draw 2 cards. Good thing that they summoned the Arthalion in defense. Otherwise, maybe Talents Take could have been a route for victory. Mercurier adds the Fallen of the White Dragon, and at this point you feel committed, so you go for it. Sending Ecclesia, they draw another card. Fallen of the White Dragon summons Ecclesia the Virtuous. We get rid of the last face down that was unknown, because this was just set, so we know that if this goes through, it actually wins. This could actually win through the Maxi if there's no 5 mana. But there is 5 mana. I wonder if it was just picked up. I wonder if it was just picked up. But at the same time, wait. Mirror Jade... Is Mirror Jade still good enough? Because you can go Priskinion to steal the Arthalion, right? And banish the... This is still game. Banish the Arthalion. Banish the Gulamel. This is still game. This is exactly 8,000. Hold up. Is there a Magnamute? No. Dude! They turned it around. There's no way. Through the Maxi, through the 5 mana. That's crazy. Wow. Okay. And not only did they turn this game around, they turned the entire match around. They were down 2-4. They were down 2-4. And now they won 5-4. That's crazy. Holy, that was intense. Okay. And I think with that, they might make it into top 8 now. Let me check standings real quick. Let me check standings real quick. They finished 9th. Oh god, come on. No. No, they finished 9th. Oh, come on. That can't... Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. That's rough. Okay, well, it happens. Oh no, not the 2-4 turnaround. Not the 2-4 turnaround. I don't know. This is not the final standings. To be fair, I will say this is not the final standings because not every match has finished. Because it's one of those live tables where it keeps updating the more results keep coming in. So I don't know if maybe the tiebreakers can shift with another game ending. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure if they actually ended up 9th. At the moment, here's the thing. I want to go to bed. Give me the standings. At the moment, Bowden, you are 9th. And in front of you, there's only 4 2s and 5 1s. So they're all done. So I don't know if I don't know if anything can change there, because the only result that's missing in front of you is T2 versus Gol C, but they are both 5-0. So I don't know if that has any I don't know if that's related to your tiebreakers at all, but maybe it is. If you lost or won against one of them, then it might make a difference. So yeah, I don't know. T2-1. Well, okay. Well, the result is not entered yet, so I can't enter the results. I don't do that. There's only two. There's only 3 results missing in the overall thing, and one of them is T2 versus Goal C. One of them is Rev versus KOH, which are at 3 and 2 as well, and the other one is VAS versus MM. Those are the results that haven't been entered. Okay, now the T2 result has been entered. And you're still 9th, Bowden. You're still 9th. All right. Okay, gamers. That was, I think, the end of round 6, pretty much. So I will see you all tomorrow for the top 8. I can quickly read to you the maybe not the final top 8. This is subject to change, but I think most of the matches are done and have been entered, so it's unlikely to change from anything here. But like, actually, you know what? 8th place could change, so I don't want to promise anyone that they're in top 8 and then it changes. I don't want to like read the current top, because there is a couple of results missing from matches that are currently 3-2. And if I now like read the current top 8 standings, then maybe someone is going to think they're in top 8 or think they're not in top 8 and then show up tomorrow or not show up tomorrow. So just wait. For the people who are still waiting for the final standings, make sure you wait and check the announcement in the Discord server. What I can say for sure, though, is that the team that won the Swiss rounds is Team T2 with Quantal, Nicky Boy, and Bronas, who went 6-0 undefeated. And they will definitely be back tomorrow. I can definitely say that. Is 4-2 guaranteed? No. 4-2 is not guaranteed. 4-2 is... It looks like there's going to be 3 teams with 4-2 that make it, and like 4 to 5 that'll miss. So there's not many 4-2s that make it, but some do. We currently have 5 teams guaranteed in top 8 because 4 teams went 5-1 and 1 team went 6-0. Like I said, 6-0 was Team T2, and at 5-1 we have Team Goal C, Team BOE, Team NHZ, and Team NSJ. Those are guaranteed in top 8 because they went 5-1 or better. And after that, it's going to be tiebreaker related, which you're going to have to wait for the final announcement to see who made it. But yeah. Anyways, that is going to be it for the first day of coverage from this 3 versus 3 Challenger Cup. I hope you had a good time today. I certainly did. And if you had a good time today, then make sure you tune in tomorrow for the top 8 of this exact tournament. The tournament is not over yet. It's just day 1 that we just get to close out now. Top 8 is happening tomorrow. You guys have a wonderful rest of your Saturday, and I'll see you all tomorrow for the top 8 of the event. Also, I'm going to be streaming probably a little bit longer than just the top 8 tomorrow, because top 8 is just 3 matches, like top 8, top 4, and finals. So I'll probably stay longer tomorrow and do some other stuff afterwards. Also make sure to tune in for that. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye bye.